Hey there, friends! This is Laz, the undying man. He can't die at all. Well, he can, but he always comes back. Don't believe me, eh? Have a gander at this, pal. How you like them apples, baby boy? Today we will be playing RimWorld as Laz, and every time we die, we will be starting completely fresh in a new universe, world, and even a new mod list. For example, if Laz here is an Imperial Marine serving the great Emperor Napoleon alongside a battalion of clones, but dies during the war, then he may very well end up being an ancient samurai in feudal Japan. Now, real quick before we begin though, because of the way I do my titles in each series, it may be a bit hard for you to keep track of which series this is. So that's why if you see Laz here in the thumbnail, you'll know that this video is part of the series. Also, the mod list is always going to be in the video description of each video. Now, shall we begin? I believe we shall, and as you can see here, Laz is a pretty gentleman who's pretty good at most things except for intellectual, social, artistic, and construction. He also doesn't have any health issues like missing limbs, scars, or any diseases as for now, although I think scars, missing limbs, and things like that may very well carry over into the next mod list and world when he dies. Let me know what you guys think about that though. In this world and universe, Laz was a soldier who was over agriculture and grew up as a cave child, thus why he has some great survival skills, and thus why collecting wood for any campfires or construction needs, as well as being able to mine quite well, comes so natural to him. Survival skills are quite crucial on a planet like this, where the dominating force seems to be pirates, bandits, and looters, and the Empire is indeed shattered and hardly a government at all. Laz, exhausted from his day's work, would collect some berries outside and eat them before going beddy-bye. He'll need to get plenty of rest because in the morning we have a lot of work to do. We would begin by digging out some compacted machinery so that we could get components, and then we would begin deconstructing some steel structures. You probably already know where I'm going with this, but I'm afraid I'm a silly gooberhead and I completely forgot that the construction skill of Laz is piss poor, and thus he cannot make a wood-fired generator or any type of power generator. We would begin constructing some proper furniture, some torches for light, and also a campfire so that we may begin cooking all the berries that we're collecting into a proper meal. With that work completed, we would then begin focusing on smoothing the floors and the walls of our little makeshift cave shelter here. All the while, all of this work was helping us significantly increase our construction skill. Later into the night, we would end up having two visitors from a nearby mercenary settlement. One of them in particular, by the name of Anarchist, had a very beautiful pistol that we were interested in, but unfortunately, we were a little bit of a poor boy, so we'll just stick to smoothing our walls. They were, however, kind enough to leave us a little bit of medicine. We would then utilize some of the wood that we had harvested to make a bow and arrow. Now this is going to be perfect for defending ourselves as well as hunting some small game like rabbits to eat. After all of our work from smoothing walls and floors, we finally got our construction skill up to a 4 and we were able to build a wood-fired generator and a proper light shortly thereafter. But power generation was far from our only concern. Our main priority now was going to be defenses, something that I cheaped out on and I should have been working on already. I ended up building some walls, some barricades, and also some wooden spike barriers. We would also build a small wooden shack for all of our storage needs. Slowly but surely this place was becoming quite the cozy little abode, but it wouldn't do us any good if we started starving to death in winter, and that's why the next day we built a very small field and started planting some rice so we could get a head start. Being on a planet that's dominated by mercenaries and pirates, I was also a bit concerned about our safety, so I ended up building some wooden armor and a backpack for our carrying needs. Feeling safer already. I sure hope we are actually safer though. It looks like we have our very first raid. Something tells me our wooden armor won't fare very well against bullets, but I guess we're about to find out. After the pirate entered our camp, something of a shootout had begun. Arrows and bullets whizzing back and forth over the campfire. Occasionally we were getting lucky with a shot or two, but as was the pirate. We began to make a retreat away from our walls. To make matters worse, it would appear that Laz here has lost his right eye. I don't think we'll be hitting much of anything now. There would be no time for us to try to flee the area though, as the pirate was coming right for us, and yet another shootout would end up beginning just outside our walls. well, that's not good. It would seem with that one final shot, Laz lost his brain. Or at least the part that kept him alive. You know, in hindsight, perhaps a stone mask or even something simple like that to try and protect his head would have been good. Try not to be angry with me, okay? This happens more often than you would think, and normally I have to restart the series, but in this case, it can continue on even after he's shot in the head, so, you know, kind of a good thing. Kinda. At the very least, we're back alive, in a totally different world, but still alive. It would appear that we're in some type of Japanese-centric culture here on this planet, and upon further inspection, this does indeed appear to be the case for the most part. Even so, with many different types of samurai factions as well as tribal factions, it would also appear that there are some space junkers here as well. Should be an interesting blend of technologies. Just a bit ironic that my example earlier was a feudal Japan, and now we're actually in a Japanese kind of playstyle. I should also mention that every time I die, I'm going to be using a randomizer to choose new mods to be added to the mod list for the new world and universe. There's also a chance that it will be completely re-rolled into a completely new mod list as well. In this new world, we quickly threw together yet another wooden house with a decorative roof as well as a new campfire, essentially placing us right back where we were in terms of progress in the other world before we died. Luckily, we hadn't got very far, except we did have power over there, but it won't be long. Interestingly as well, I noticed that even after being resurrected, Laz has a giant gaping hole in his chest, although it's not actually affecting him negatively. Something else that's very interesting is a few years back I tried this exact same prototype series, though it was much less refined, and after resurrecting Laz several times, he was actually completely rotting, so that might happen this time too. It also might not though. We began planting more rice, as even this planet seems to have a winter month as well, so we don't want to starve to death, and then we would begin mining some copper out of some nearby hills. We decided that we would utilize this copper for some weapons. Even though it is much softer than steel, it's also much more abundant here. Look, I'm gonna level with you. Sure, in that first world, before we died, we weren't ready at all for the first raid and we got our shit rocked, but that's not going to be the case this time. If we need to, we'll get up close and personal. We had some visitors stop in that night, but we were fast asleep. They ended up leaving us 91 silver as a gift. The folks of this world seem to be pretty kind. We also had some starship chunks that didn't burn up when they fell from orbit, and we deconstructed those for some resources. Utilizing those resources, we would also end up building ourselves a small wood-fired generator. That way we could at least keep some lights on around the base and inside our home. But I was beginning to feel like we were going to be caught off guard with our first raid here as well, so I decided to begin working on defenses, some large walls, and this time around I began putting some traps in the middle instead of some wooden spikes. Not to worry though, we were still sure to give Laz a nice snack break here and there. Early one morning though, as dawn began to break, we were cutting trees by the small pond when I noticed there was someone skulking around the small hills of the base. It would seem that an enemy samurai has detected our little humble abode. Well, this was bound to happen sooner or later. The gentleman would try to approach us with his katana in hand as we fired off arrows at him. We had eventually tricked him into the hallways of our walls, where he would then try to come out and hit a trap. Ah, you poor dumb fool. We wouldn't make the same mistake twice. We would, however, begin tending to his wounds before we took him back to our very own home where he would be imprisoned. We would also begin recruitment attempts, of course, as it would be nice to have another helping hand. But we really liked our home, so we would end up building the prisoner a place of his own to sleep. He seemed to really like it here as well. It sure as shit beats sleeping outside. I also wanted to mention the reason I had chosen him is because he had a pretty decent skill set and he was quite steadfast, and thus he was well worth it. Besides, even though Laz has indeed accomplished quite a bit of work here in the last few days since he has arrived on this planet, in this body, in this universe, it would still help out quite a bit if we had some other people with us. Especially in cases where we're getting attacked by the space mercenaries and pirates that are on the planet as well. It would come in handy if we're not the only one fighting them. After all, traps can only take us so far. In the meantime, we would be doing a lot of work, like as you saw there in those clips, building a new storage house as well as deconstructing some old ruins, and best of all, adding some more defenses in with another wall to the western section of our base. These two locations, the opening to the west and the opening to the north, were the most vulnerable spots to us, and thus it was quite vital that we actually put some choke points in. For all of his hard hard work these last few weeks though, Laz would celebrate with a singular brewski by the fire. A job well done, my friend, you have earned it. After some time, he had also finally convinced Black Toad, our would-be samurai murderer, to join us here. After a bit of discussion between the two of them, they decided that this place and our faction needed a name, so we went with the Lazaranians. I know, not very catchy and a bit corny, but even more lackluster, we ended up naming this settlement Flowing Hills. But maybe it'll sound cooler when I tell you the reason we named it Flowing Hills is because of the lava flowing off the nearby mountains. No, not better. Okay, sorry. In the days to come, a small child would enter our camp begging for 37 pieces of silver so that she may buy the freedom of her older sister. Her sister had been enslaved by the space pirates of the planet. If somehow we had enough forces, maybe we could go and try to liberate these slaves, but for the time being, I'm afraid we can only donate our money. We can only pray that it's not in vain. And also pray that that child didn't just rip us off with a story. Either way, we still had ourselves to worry about for the time being, so we ended up planting a decent-sized field of corn to help us better prepare for winter, but we also needed to expand our knowledge of different technologies if we'd ever hope to make it out of the slums of these hills, so we ended up building a small shack for research, and we would start with the Bushido Code. This technology will help us out with some new types of apparel, a shield, as well as weaponry. Plus, given the fact that Black Toad here is somewhat familiar with his planet's culture, it shouldn't take all that long. While he was researching the code, we ended up having a man-hunting pack of raccoons enter the area, but they were hardly any concern. Well, except what we should pair them with for dinner, that is. Some time later though, and Toad had finally finished up his extensive research into the Bushido Code, and we are now beginning to learn the way of the samurai. With this prerequisite out of the way, we would also begin research on Ashigaru armor and helmets. However, with that being said, the creation of said armor and helmets will be a little bit longer as we still need to do smithing as well. So in the meantime, we would begin working on a grand hall next to this small pond where we can have nice meals together, have little soirees, and cook all in the same room. However, it was also around about this time I was getting a bit sick of the decorative roofs. I couldn't find one that would really fit this type of building. There's only some for 5x5, 7x7s, and 13x13 structures, and I really don't like the large white squares when you hide the roof, so I got rid of them all. Besides, it would hardly make sense for little places like this in our nooks and crannies where we end up building a roof over some columns for something like a storage depot, and then we have a full-on decorative roof right next to it. Either way, we'll get this place looking pretty good by adding in some natural pathing as well as stone flooring that really complement our ancient style technology. Plus, some nice looking homes and feasting halls are all we needed for some teamwork motivation. However, the peace couldn't last forever as we now have yet another raid. This time around though, it would seem to be the space pirates. One singular mercenary rifleman, it would seem, is all that's came. Interestingly enough though, upon further inspection, she and her cohorts appear to have adopted the cultural styles into their advanced armor and weapons. Make no mistake though, the armor may indeed look ancient, but it is damn near bulletproof, which is quite a shame as we only have arrows. Perhaps if we could weaken it with our traps though. She managed to tank all 3 of the traps, but luckily the second one or so ended up making her drop her rifle. We rushed in to try and pick it up. Looks like our chances of survival just increased tenfold. Using this bad boy would end up winning the battle for us. If she hadn't have dropped her rifle though, we would have had damn near no chance of winning this thing. Her armor sure is powerful for her to still be alive. I think we'll take that for ourselves. We would also begin tending to the wounds of the space mercenary so that we may try to recruit her. Luckily, she's not unwaveringly loyal to her home faction, as you might expect given her profession. Now, I'll be the first to admit, in the beginning of this new world, I was quite skeptical at just how well we would fare here. But my, we are really coming along, aren't we? And we look damn good doing it as well. Laz, the one-eyed samurai. Speaking of faring well and thriving in our environment, we ended up building a small log home for Laz since the prisoner is currently housing in his, and we would also build a blacksmithy. It was during this time as well that we had noticed a volcanic eruption filling the sky with soot. Given the biome, I expect that this will be a common occurrence. With our blacksmith shop and our forge finally set up though, we would be able to utilize some of the steel that we've been him mining into some proper attire and armor for Toad. Just a couple of dapper lads hanging and banging. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Anyway though, we began focusing on our defenses a bit more with some upgrades like some wooden embrasures in our walls, allowing us to shoot out at any enemies. But that's not all. We would also bring in the heavy artillery with some very large cannons just on the inside of our walls, just in case the shit really hits the fan. We would also end up building some wind turbines just for a more consistent source of power. And then I ended up spotting, this creature. It appears to be a large beaver with an organic terrarium growing out of its back. It would seem that this mod list and the creatures on this planet are a little bit stranger than we initially thought. And quite frankly, I love it. However, something I do not love are the two enemy samurai coming to flay the flesh from our bones. We would prefer to keep the flesh where it is, so we're going to try to stop them in their tracks before they even make it inside. Unfortunately, I had forgotten to move the stone chunks in front of our embrasures, which would give the enemy ample cover. Luckily though, our traps would take out one of them. And if you're pretty good at math, you'll know that that means there's only one of them left, so we would try to rush him with our katana, and he died pretty easily actually. Our defenses seem to be working pretty darn well. Now with the threat neutralized, how about a little bit more work on some research? We're going to be researching clockwork. For us, this will end up unlocking many a new item that is based on basic steam tech technology as well as basic clockwork technology. And it's also a prerequisite technology that needs to be completed before we can research steam power, which will help us harness, well, the power of steam, as you might imagine. Now, all this talk about steampunk and clockwork and all these other different types of technologies are going to need some unique metals like zinc and tin and copper. That way we can use them to make an alloy known as bronze and brass. That's right, baby, the Rat Daddy knows a thing or two about metallurgy. As we were working on mining some of these metals, we would end up recruiting the Rough, which is the samurai that initially attacked us, from the Space Mercenaries. I'd be lying if I said I trusted her completely already, so she would have to try and earn our trust by doing some work around the colony, such as hauling all those metals and all of the corn that we've managed to harvest and grow. Speaking of which, after this very first harvest of our corn, we were actually quite ready for a rough winter if one were to ensue. But avert your eyes, my friends, for we are once again being raided. This time around, it would seem to be a small group of Neanderthal tribespeople. And that is not a diss at their intelligence. No, quite frankly, they are literal Neanderthals, meaning that they are pretty dumb, but they're also very tough. We'll have to aim true with our bows and with our rifle if we ever hope to defeat them swiftly, for these Neanderthals have the tough skin and the muscle density of a damn alligator. As you can see here, this one easily tanked 3 of our spike traps. Laz was coming down from his little mining trip and ended up engaging in melee combat with one. This was not a great idea on my part, and I was playing a little bit too fast and loose. Oopsie daisy. Luckily though, Laz was still alive, and our other 2 companions would be able to subdue the Neanderthals. A shame that we ended up killing them, as I'd like to have taken one as a prisoner and made them into a tough little recruit for us. Nonetheless though, we would end up tending to Laz and putting out all the fires that the Neanderthals had started. After much time and much tending, it would seem that Laz isn't going to be going to a new planet and new mod list anytime soon, thankfully. A short bit of time later, and Black Toad had finally finished up his extensive research into clockwork, unlocking all the secrets of that technology for us. One of which that I had a particular interest in was the clockwork exoskeleton. Would I like some steampunk power armor? Yes sir, I think I would. I was also very interested in the steampunk prosthetics that we would be able to unlock with future technologies as well. This might very well be our best bet at replacing Laz's eye. In the meantime, while we're working on other types of technology, I thought it might be useful for us to have a prison up and ready to go just in case we have any other Neanderthals or enemy samurai that need to be recruited. We would also build a separate room onto our hull for food storage. Now this might not seem like too much of an interesting change, but there is a big difference here. I've actually added a door so that the temperatures are going to be differing here, and an embrasure onto the food storage room. That way in wintertime the food will be frozen and thus will not expire. And now a little bit ago I was a little bit perplexed when talking about the clockwork technologies, as I thought I had to do more research before I could build any of the production areas like an alloy furnace, which we would end up building, and a clockwork bench, which we would also end up building. Well, after smelting many a bronze and brass ingot that is, but even after creating both of these new production areas, there still wasn't all that much we could make until we get some more research out of the way, so it's still a little ways off. Sorry. Not to worry though, a steampunk samurai is still within the very near future and well within our grasp. Now, as this episode is winding down to an end, I wanted to get some suggestions on names from you guys for the Rogue and Black Toad. I think in this series I would like to have you guys be the ones to name our pawns instead of sticking with their names that are generated by the game, especially since, you know, we'll probably end up dying again at some point. But my friends, we have built a quaint and cozy, well-protected little village here nestled in between these hills. I look forward to seeing how you guys feel about it, your suggestions, and also how you feel about this series. I think we're off to a pretty good start, minus the part where I basically immediately died early on, but we won't talk about that. And I truly do look forward to surviving here, thriving here, and growing here. And hopefully our death in this world is only due to old age. Ah, son of a bitch. Well, I'm gonna level with you here. This doesn't look too good for us. I suppose we'll find out in the next episode. Hey folks, how's it hanging? Welcome back to what we're going to be calling the RimWorld Restart on Death series, formerly known as the Infinite Lives series. Previously, my friends, we had left off where this neo-ninja from space was coming to murder us, which is no bueno. We had rushed our defenses, but he was a master of stealth, meaning we could barely hit him with any of our bow and arrow shots. What little bit of damage we had done would do little to deter him from attacking us. The man was a damn artist with a shuriken. His stealthiness, the darkness, and the pouring rain made it damn near impossible for Laz to draw a bead on him. Thankfully though, we had a friendly caravan here to help us out, as they also hated the space mercenaries, giving us a clean kill. Really a shame that he ended up dying though, as I'd hoped to take him prisoner so that we could recruit him, but oh well. Probably best he died when he did though, because a few more hits from one of these Neo Shuriken and we would have lost some limbs. As you can see here, Laz damn near lost his left arm during the whole kerfuffle. With the threat behind us, Black Toad could finally finish up his extensive research into steam power. With this new technology under our belt, we would also be able to start on a new project, and we're going to begin researching lens cutting, which will unlock ruby lens, which are of course crucial for completing a clockwork exoskeleton suit. Now, as Laz was healing up from the battle, I noticed he got an infection in his left arm, but thanks to some Glitter World medicine that we actually ended up receiving as a gift last episode as well, he should be right as rain. We also finished up lens cutting, but we don't have any rubies to cut for the exoskeleton, so we're going to have to begin some strip mining operations. Now, when it comes to this steampunk tech, I always feel like we're one step ahead, but 2 steps behind, and this situation's no different, as even though we've researched the technology and we're going to find rubies in the very near future, we don't have a pawn that has the required crafting and artistic skill, because apparently you need both. But we'll eventually find someone, I'm sure. As we were mining under the mountain, we also found an ancient danger, but for the time being, I'm going to leave it alone. We also ended up finding a small vein of sapphire. Even though it can't replace ruby, it'll be useful later on for some other stuff. Then, as we were mining for our sweet, sweet jewels, we ended up receiving notification that we are now being raided by some cultists. Even worse, it would seem they plan on summoning some fleshy monsters to try and attack us, which I'm not excited about. To prevent this from happening, I decided to try and attack them preemptively. And at first, this was actually going quite well, as we easily tore through the cultists, and then one of them knocked down the rogue and we had to kill him. Laz would go on ahead to try and stop the ritual as Black Toad began tending to her wounds. Laz had finally arrived, but every damn shot he took with his laser rifle ended up missing until finally he shot them in the back. This did indeed end the ceremony, but the cultist was quite pissed and started whapping him on the head with their mighty club until knocking him to the ground. I began to think we might have to restart in the near future. However, lucky enough for me, we ended up killing the cultist, and Black Toad was would go in and save the day by rescuing Laz as well as the rogue. We would also end up taking one of the cultists prisoner, and the hope was, of course, that we would be able to recruit him, but with a resistance this high, there's a much more likely chance we'll end up selling him. In the meantime, however, on the world map, I noticed a faction contingent just outside the base, very close by. Essentially, some very valuable drop pods were falling from orbit, and some of the local factions were going to be fighting over them, and there was indeed going to be a threat there. So we began heading there, but upon our arrival, we realized that there were a lot, and I mean a lot, of very large mechanoids. Now, you know me, normally I like to roll the dice a little bit and try my hand at these types of things, like sneaking in and taking some of these items, but because a couple of days ago some cultists almost completely handed our asses to us, I decided not to tempt fate this time. The trip was not completely in vain though, because it really helped me realize on the world map that our closest, even neutral settlement that we could trade with was about a 5 days journey on foot. So we're gonna need to step it up and try to get some vehicles. Now we do have some basic animal powered vehicles that we can currently build, but we're going to need some hay grass to go about attracting the horses that will pull the carriage. Oddly enough, it is currently winter time here, however it is also warm enough for us to continue growing different types of crops like hay grass. Almost definitely because we're currently living in an active volcanic area. We would also end up having some visitors who were visiting the colony looking to do a bit of trading, and thus we would sell them some of our knives in exchange for some sake. Now Laz here has lived many a life, and throughout each of those lives he has indeed enjoyed his alcoholic beverage or two, but by far I think sake might just be his favorite. For a time, while we're waiting on our hay to grow, we would end up working on some new residential housing for whenever we begin recruiting more people, just as well as some more natural pathing to ensure proper mobility around the colony. Our construction efforts would be halted when we ended up having yet another raid from an enemy clan. Luckily, these are not the space pirates and or mercenaries, so their tech is pretty limited. Even so though, they outnumbered us, and many of them were already on Muffalo back, so they had us at a stark disadvantage. Many of them tanking right through our spike traps coming right for us. We would attempt to escape them by hiding inside of our walls. Things were beginning to look a little bit grim. On a spur of the moment idea though, we decided to burst out our western side walls and begin firing at our enemies. When this didn't exactly have the desired effect, we decided to rush them with our katana, and this seemed to begin doing the trick. So much so that they actually began to flee our colony. With the victory under our belt, we would begin tending to one of the samurai who had attacked us by the name of Ori. Ori here was of particular interest to us, not only because he was recruitable and we need the extra manpower, but also because he has some pretty close crafting and artistic skills to the ones that we need. Luckily, the enemy clan hadn't done too much damage to our base, simply lighting a fire or two and destroying our cannon, material things. Sometime later though, when our hay grass was finally big enough for us to harvest, we would quickly throw together a little makeshift hayloft, that way we could store it all in as well. And finally, now that we have hay, we'll be able to utilize that hay to attract some ox, that way we can make our very own ox cart. Now in terms of a personal vehicle, I do much rather prefer a covered carriage, but the ox cart would be perfect for traveling and trading. And that is exactly what we plan on using it for right now. This will reduce our travel time to any nearby friendly factions for trading to a mere fraction of what they were. We headed north to do some trading with a friendly clan. On one hand, we really wanted to make some silver and also see if they have any exotic items that we could purchase from them, but we also wanted to increase our relations with them. It might be nice to have some allies on this world. Laz and the ox would begin their journey all the way back home, but in the meantime, we were working on our defenses and improving them furthermore. I wanted to add in some more spike traps as well as some large wooden barricades that would force them to walk through the spike traps. I would also move our cannon back to a more suitable position. It was also during this time that we had finally recruited Ori into our clan, which was nice. Now that he was finally one of us, we would help him increase that crafting skill immediately. We began making a stone cutting building. Now stone cutting itself actually won't increase the crafting skill, but it does give us stone blocks which we can utilize to make clubs. Now clubs are really easy to craft and they don't exactly increase the skill all that quickly, but you have to start somewhere, and I didn't want to use up all of our metallic resources. At least not before we collected more steel, that is. Then late one rainy evening, Laz had finally arrived back home to drop off all the goods that he had purchased as well as some of the silver that he had made. And just so happened he actually ended up purchasing using a very unique and interesting weapon known as a steam-powered hammer. This hammer would significantly reduce his construction times, but it also has the same DPS as one of our katana. But of course, it's not near as effective as cutting through armor. Crushing heads, on the other hand, yeah. And it would seem to celebrate our first successful trading mission, Laz was throwing a party in our feasting hall for everyone. Looked like a bit of a snooze fest if you ask me, but they seemed to enjoy it, I guess. Then I damn near forgot to furnish our new residential housing, so we went ahead and done that with an end table, a dresser, and a bed for anyone that decided to stay there. It was also during this time that I moved Ori up to making some steel swords for us instead of the normal clubs, and he was doing quite well with it. The reason that I have moved him up, as I mentioned earlier, clubs are much easier to make, and thus they don't take near as long, and thus because of that the skill improves much slower. But we can't wait around on Ori all day, so while he's making new swords and increasing his skill, we were going to further improve our defenses by building more and more cannons, wooden embrasures, and some wooden shields to hide behind. When it was all said and done, we had 2 cannons per wall, one on the outside and one on the inside in case we have to retreat back inside. But another reason we're having to do this is because these cannons, of course, have a minimum range, so if enemies get too close, we won't be able to use them anymore. We would then end up having someone by the name of Harry contacting us from nearby, stating that some type of threat was following her, and if we allowed her to stay here and take on the threat for her, she would join us. Since we're desperate for new members, we would accept. And truth be told, I'm very glad that we did, because she had a really good construction skill and her social skill was off the damn charts. Now that she's one of us, we would allow her to go through our storage house and get some more appropriate attire like some wooden armor on, and then we immediately put her to work helping us haul some of our resources. Not long thereafter though, we would be alerted to the threat that was after her. It would seem that Harry had insulted one of the Neanderthal tribal leaders, and somehow those Neanderthals managed to get their hands on a toxic spewer that they were going to use on our area. A very particular situation indeed. Well, we wasted absolutely no time sending out Laz and the Rough to handle these filthy Neanderthals. These knot-headed fools, we almost felt bad for them to think that they thought it was a good idea to mess with us and one of the people that were joining us. That would be the biggest and last mistake that they would ever make. Using our ox cart, Laz would go through and trample them. And because they were too stupid to make any ranged weaponry, it was quite easy to kill them. It's a shocking miracle that they managed to figure out how to turn on the toxic spewer in the first place. My theory is that these fine folks in these cages were most likely operating the spewer, and the Neanderthals just simply took over. As you can see, it looks like they left some of their articles of clothing behind. Either way though, even with an army of ox and muffalo, we wouldn't be able to move this spewer back to the base to properly utilize it, and I'd much rather have the components from it anyhow. In the nearby fields by the spewer, we also found some glowing flowers, which was very interesting. The Rough seems to think that they could be utilized in some sort of potion. Well, Laz is a man of science, but nevertheless he decided to collect them just in case they were useful. Now, as the two of them were on their way back at home, Black Toad tried to romance Harry by telling her a tale about hats. I know, he's a smooth operator, and by golly, he ended up getting the girl. It would now seem the two of them are indeed in love. By this point, Ori had made many a steel sword, and finally increased his crafting level to a 6. Now, utilizing his artistic and crafting skills properly, he would be able to craft these rubies into the delicate lenses that we required. And finally, though it did take us a little bit of time utilizing these materials, he would be able to make our very first clockwork exoskeleton suit. And as you might have guessed, I ended up giving our very first one to Laz. And just in case you're playing along, I did have to use Character Editor to go about editing the apparel layer so that I could make sure he wore it over top of his armor, just in case you're curious. You could think of it as cheating, but I think of it as a necessary evil. Now, these exoskeletons, as you might imagine, offer a pretty minimal layer of protection in terms of combat, but they actually increase our movement speed by quite a bit and our carrying capacity by 20. And these are the the lower level exoskeleton suits, imagine what the steam-powered ones could do. Late one evening though, we ended up having someone by the name of Throb visiting the colony. He had a bulbous, misshapen, mutilated head. After confronting him, he would tell us a very sad tale about how he escaped a planetary cult here, and he also has some type of unique ability, but he promises not to kill us with it, which was good enough for me, so I let him join us. Now, it should be noted that his skill set was pretty lackluster other than his burning passion from mining and construction. However, his unique ability looked pretty interesting. Known only as Psychic Slaughter, we were unfamiliar with this ability, so we decided to test it out. A demonstration, my friend. Welcome aboard. Well, her skills are very useful, and you did indeed hear me correct. Her, I messed up earlier. She's a she and not a he, but can you blame me? It's a little bit hard to tell. She's, interesting looking. Now, after collecting a few more resources, we decided to have Ori here go ahead and make us a few more clockwork exoskeletons. We would end up giving these to the Rogue and Black Toad, who, if you ask me, are in desperate need of some brand new names, which we would promptly give to them. They will now be known as Kona, Yoshimaru, and Jiraiya, respectively. Of course, though, these excellent names come from our good friends in the comments section, Adam2275 and Marcus XJX Keats. So thank you both ever so much for the name suggestions. I love them. And now, of course, we do also need names for Throb, Harry, and Ori. So if you guys have any name suggestions for them, be sure to leave those in the comments section as well, and I'll pick and choose my favorites. Speaking of which, we would have Ori here go ahead and utilize some of the brass that we've been making to make some proper armor for Harry and Throb. Throb, our blind psychic swordsman here, would definitely need some proper protection during battle. Harry, on the other hand, is really only going to be wearing it so that she fits in with the culture and with the colony, but also in case she gets attacked and can't defend herself, which she's incapable of violence, so. Now, throughout this episode, I've actually been researching several different types of steampunk research technologies, and I just haven't mentioned every single one of them, but right now we're currently working on clockwork weapons, and we're going to be moving into clockwork turrets, which I felt was important to tell you. Now, even though turrets are going to be mighty useful for us, I want to continue improving the apparel and loadouts of our soldiers, and to go about doing so, we're going to need a tailoring building. This textile workshop would allow us to utilize our leathers and furs to go about making different types of clothing. Something in particular that we were interested in making was some backpacks for everyone. They offer some pretty minor protection with attacks from behind, but the most important thing about a backpack, of course, is how much it helps us carry, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, these increase our carrying capacity by about another 20 to 25. I apologize, I actually just double checked, and it would seem the backpacks increase our carrying capacity by an extra 50 kilograms, meaning that with the exoskeleton and a backpack, that's an extra 70 kilograms. Hopefully our backpacks will be useful against these raiders that are sneaking up against our colony in the dead of night. Ah yes, space mercenaries once more, it would seem. A bit frightening though, as some of them have some charged firearms as well as a charged bow. We would rush to our defenses so that we may defend our home, katana and cannon in hand. I'm afraid our cannon wasn't exactly the most accurate weapon in our arsenal though. I'm afraid our less advanced technology wouldn't fare too well against their charged weaponry. We would have to take cover as we were under some excruciatingly heavy firepower. Eventually, one of the Neo-Samurai would make her way inside our tower walls where they would attack our own. Thankfully though, Throb was here to save the day. Without their leader, the others were disorganized and fairly easy to take down. I was a bit worried about Laz at one point getting into a fight with Greyhound, but he too would fall to our might thanks to Ori. Unfortunately, we had killed all of the mercenaries, but we did end up getting their weapons, and I do say unfortunately simply because I had hoped to incapacitate them and take many of them as prisoners. But a brand new sword, rifle, and bow and arrow, all working off plasma tech, would be perfect for us. Laz got the bow as he has our best shooting skill out of everyone, and Ori got the sword because he has the best melee skill. It wasn't all good news though, I'm afraid. As I noticed Jiraiya laying in bed, I also noticed that his left hand had been cut off by the Neo-Samurai mercenary, completely cutting his manipulation in half. Now, we do currently have access to some pretty basic steampunk prosthetics, but they actually require a neural apparatus to be crafted, which requires specifically 6 in crafting education, 4 in intellectual, and 4 in medical, which Ori doesn't have, unfortunately. So it'll be a hot minute before we can make a new hand. But in the meantime, there are a few other clockwork and steamwork creations that we can make utilizing our sapphire lenses. In particular, this little creation that we've made is known as an artificer's mask. It has absolutely no relation to his missing hand, but we would once again give this item to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, of course, is the colony researcher, and this mask will actually increase research speed by 10%. It would also increase our social impact by 10% as well, even though he doesn't really do any social interactions for us. It makes him research a bit faster though, and it looks pretty darn cool as well. Now, while we're still on the topic of our research building, I also decided to build a bookshelf, even though we don't currently have any books, some filing cabinets, and a nice plant pot, which should help him research faster as well. After that, I decided to put my focus into something of a butchering building. Normally, I keep my butchery as part of my dining room or great hall in this case, but I don't know, I wanted to try something a little bit different, so we ended up building an entire building for the butchering as well as some meat hooks for our animal carcasses. It is still within close proximity to our feasting hall though, and I also built some bridges across the pond for ease of access. A bit of time later, and I decided to upgrade our defenses once more this time around, with it taking out the wooden walls and replacing them with slate walls. Our defenses are always in need of a good upgrade, and you can never have too great of defenses, especially when we have mechanoid clusters randomly falling from the sky. Normally in a situation like this, I wouldn't even bother trying to fight the mechanoids, but this one in particular had a sun blocker which was going to kill out our crops, so we had to do something. Even though our cannons aren't exactly the most accurate, they do pack one hell of a punch, so we began using that against the sun blocker, which ended up waking up the mechanoids. Now that they're awake, we can give them one hell of a thrashing with our bows and our rifle. Well, assuming they don't pin us down with their lance, their shotguns, or their flamethrower. We would make a strategic retreat back towards our walls and defenses so that we may properly defend ourselves. Luckily, the mechanoids were so pissed off by this point they were willing to follow us. The last remaining mech was a big chungus with the needle rifle, who we planned on jumping out on and beating him down with our katana, but luckily our spike traps ended up doing the job. Finally, we made our way back down to take out their last remaining inferno turret that was guarding the location, and once we had completed that, we would begin working on taking out the sun blocker as well. With it, as well as all the other mechs destroyed, everything was hunky-dory and we were safe and sound once more. Our beautiful village nestled in between the hills, no longer under the threat of a mech invasion. Hello my compadres, and welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series. My friends, it's ever so good to see you back here today. Today we're starting off a bit hot and heavy with some great news. Omar has been recruited into our ranks. Omar, of course, being a cultist that had attacked us in the last episode with a really high resistance, and we finally managed to win him over. In today's episode, we're also going to be starting off by mining some of the more rare resources of the region, such as tin, zinc, and copper. The reason being, these resources were going to be absolutely vital to a brand new project, a steam-powered smithy. Actually, an entire smith shop, as it just so happens. Now, our brand new steam forge inside this smithing shop is going to allow us to create pistons. Pistons are used in many a different type of steam technology, such as a steam-powered power suit. But you may notice they require a crafting of 8, something that Ori, our best crafter, does not currently have, as he only has a crafting of 6. So either we work on that or capture somebody with a higher crafting skill, which sounds like a lot more fun to me. In the meantime, however, I'm going to be attempting to make friends with some of our neighbors, and to do so, we're going to be loading up plenty of weapons and other items into our ox cart to take to them. Unfortunately though, as we were doing so, we were notified of a mech cluster with a weather controller in the area. Now, it wasn't all that far from the base, but I didn't have enough time to deal with it right now, as we really need to go out and make some friends. So we're going to deal with it later, and we'll also have to put up with the rainy thunderstorm. Just for right now though. We are going to be heading out though to offer some gifts to the Black Shogun clan. There seem to be 3 clans on the planet of Black, Blue, and Red, but the Black is the closest to us and also the closest to becoming neutral with us. As a gesture of good faith, we would offer up many a resource like components and different types of leathers, as well as plenty of weapons, and this significantly helped us out. But another reason that I chose the Black Shogun clan to make peace with is because they also had some peace talks in the area, in the mountains here, so that'll help us out quite a bit as well. While Laz is out on his journey for peace though, back home we ended up having a man-hunting pack of tortoise enter the area. These disgusting, monstrous beasts were coming right for our colony, with complete disregard for any living life form. It was like fighting a horde of unfeeling, demonic beasts. I'm afraid, my friends, today is the tortoise takeover, and we will be making our last stand against them. At least Laz won't be here to die as well, so we won't have to restart the series again. I'm joking, of course. Did you really think I was serious? It was just a little group of turtles. The only thing these little bastards will be taking over are our taste buds from the inside of a soup bowl. All that turtle soup should help propel our brains in our extensive research that we just finished into clockwork turrets, our very first turrets of this series. We would go ahead and begin building some slate embrasures on the inside of our walls just next to our traps, where we would also end up building our clockwork turrets. We would also go ahead and begin building 2 more on the other walls as well. Now, the best thing about these clockwork turrets is they don't actually require electricity or even steam for that matter to be powered, meaning that they are ready 24/7, 365, or whatever kind of year calendar this planet has. Now, by this point, the peace talks were over and Laz was on his way back home. Thankfully, everything went very good. Not only did Laz get a significant boost to his social skill, but we are now neutral with the Black Clan. As Laz was making his way back home though, we would begin to try and tame one of these massive terrarium creatures, and our first attempt was a complete failure, but after some time we would eventually manage to tame one. A handsome fella that I'm sure you fine folks have a great name for. It would also seem that we're able to use the creature's biology to grow different types of vegetation, though I think we'll have to unlock them first. Either way, I think it'll make a fine mount to ride into battle on. We would end up building a pin for the big fella, but after putting him in there, it doesn't seem like it works at all, and we would have to use walls to keep him in, so we'll just keep him tied to the ground for now. In other good news though, it would seem that Jiraiya has proposed to Harry, and the two of them are now engaged. Young samurai love. As a celebration of their engagement, and also because I am sick and tired of the noise of these thunderstorms, we're actually going to travel to the weather controller and destroy it. Luckily for us, it seems that all the mechs are recharging their batteries, so we can sneak up and deconstruct this wall and then start bashing in the weather controller with a sword. With a shot from Omar's rifle, it was destroyed, the mechs were none the wiser, and we could finally begin heading back home. That was actually quite a bit easier than I thought it would be. Laz would end up beating us back home though from his peaceful, long trade mission. One could almost call the mission a bit boring as well, with Laz being the one guy that we don't need dying in this series. I kinda thought it'd be cool if he got ambushed, but oh well. The others would end up arriving back at Flowing Hill shortly thereafter. After they had returned, we also finished up some research into alchemy, which unlocks quite a few things, but it's mostly a prerequisite tech. Now that we have that under our belt though, I wanted to focus on something a bit different, some proper samurai armor. We already have a bit of knowledge into this research, so it shouldn't take too long, but while we're waiting, we're going to work on some other projects, such as a hot air balloon. Our incredibly slow, but also first aerial vehicle of this series. We're going to let Throb here take it out on its maiden voyage. Now I know what you're thinking, but Rat Daddy Throb is completely blind and doesn't have any eyes. Yeah, I'm sure she'll do fine. The reason that I built the hot air balloon is because we are surrounded by many an enemy, and I thought this might be a pretty good way to transport some very small yet valuable items to our allies. This way we can avoid ambushes completely. Since we're still working on improving Ori's crafting skill, I thought if we're going to do that, we might as well make some interesting items. I introduce to you, my friends, the Steamwork Pepper Box Pistols. Some fairly primitive firearms compared to the tech that we've seen the space mercenaries using, but it should be enough to help us defend ourselves. Finally, after learning more about samurai armor, we completed the research, and we would also have Ori begin working on several samurai helmets as well as the armor itself to once again increase the crafting skill and also get everybody some better armor. I was really happy with how it turned out, though I think I'd like to grow some dye so that we could change the colors and perhaps even make our own color-coded clan. Looks like it'll be an a hot moment though, as we have a color-coded clan, the Red Clan in this case, coming to attack us. Interestingly enough, it would also seem that the Red Clan have been producing some primitive firearms of their own, some type of long rifle. I think it'll be in our best interest to steer clear of the wrong end of those. As the invaders would approach our village, we were firing from the comfort and safety of the inside of our embrasures. They may have well outnumbered us, but we were using superior technology. On the other hand though, they had sappers among their ranks, and they would begin mining through the hill to try and enter our village and catch us by surprise. Well, quite frankly, I hate surprises, so we decided to come out from the comfort and safety of our embrasures and try to sneak up while they're pinned in this little hole in the mountain here and fire at them, trapped just like fish in a barrel. They basically signed their own death warrant like a bunch of fools. They began trying to flee the area after seeing many of their friends torn apart by Throb's psychic abilities and blasted into oblivion by our plasma rifles. There were a few of them left behind, but their skill sets weren't all that great, so we didn't really care about them, and we would simply strip them for their armor. Speaking of which, we would also confiscate these rifles. You never know when you might need a good long rifle to do some dirty work. Given the frequency of attacks lately, I thought it might be a good investment to go ahead and replace our northern wooden wall with some slate on the outside as well, just as we had for our western wall. Attacks don't seem to be all that frequent from the north, but just as with most things, they happen when you least expect them. Now by this point, Ori had finally gotten his crafting skill up to an 8, meaning that we could make brass pistons, and with those pistons we could also make a steam research bench, which is indeed a required facility to begin researching farther and farther into the steampunk technologies such as steamwork rifles, which is our current project. We would also unlock steam-powered tools as well, which will help us with mining and construction, just as we've seen with Laz's steamwork hammer. I also want to mention that we've planted some dyes, and once we have these harvested, we'll actually be able to change the color of our armor, as we talked about earlier. We would then get to witness the beautiful marriage ceremony between Harry and Juriah. As is customary on this planet, the two of them would say their vows and hold their hands, and they were now one. And we could now celebrate with some good food and even better sake. Now, I've been thinking about it, and something I would really like around the base are some more people, and one way we can go about doing that is going to a nearby logging site, beating some people down, and taking them as prisoners. We're going to be sending Omar because of his rifle skill. Hopefully he doesn't end up killing someone though, and we're going to be sending Laz because, one, I'm playing a bit fast and loose, otherwise there wouldn't be that much fun, and because he has a big hammer to bonk them on the head with. Taking the hot air balloon to avoid any horse carriage traffic, of course. Another great advantage to using the air balloon for these types of attacks is that not only can we avoid ambushes, and it is much faster to just simply fly over, but we're also quite stealthy, which is really sticking with who we are as a clan. Stealth kinda went out the window though when Omar was spotted and he began unleashing hellfire from his rifle. We had really hoped to try and take as many of them prisoner as possible, but I mean, yeah. Thankfully though, we did have one of the loggers left, but she was trying to get away from us. Omar was able to get ahead of her and absolutely body her, taking her to the ground where we could try to subdue her and begin tending to her wounds. Looks like we've made a friend after all. We would also scour the camp for anything useful, but we really only found some wood and pemmican, which is better than nothing, I guess. Some time later and we had finally returned home, where we would throw our new friend known as Tha in the prison where we could begin recruiting her. Out of all three of the loggers, I had checked their skill sets, and she actually had the worst out of them all, but it's still not too bad, with her being mediocre at most things. Either way, her fire breath ability would be pretty useful. A little bit of time later, and our couple of fields of dye had finally grown to maturity so that we could harvest it. With that, we would go ahead and utilize the dye to dye the armors and apparel of our samurai. As we were doing so, Juriah had managed to finish up his research into steam work weapons, allowing us to harness the power of steam for more violent purposes. We would waste no time in having Ori go ahead and build us a steam work rifle. He would complete it shortly thereafter. Now, I am going to level with you, this rifle may look a little bit silly compared to your average firearm. And also because it uses steam as a propellant for the bullet, it is a bit weaker than your standard gunpowder and or black powder propelled weapon. For a good comparison of this, I've decided to compare it to the matchlock matchlock weapons that we saw the other clans utilizing. And yes, as you can see, the damage is about half that of a matchlock weapon, however, it is much more accurate in medium to short range. Now by this point we had finally dyed all the armor and apparel of all of our samurai. We're going to be going with a purple color for our clan, minus Laz. Personally, I think the purple is a good contrast from the other three clans of red, black, and blue. It kinda sets us apart. Even more so is the fact that the purple clan shall be led by the Crimson Warrior, the old one-eyed samurai himself. Later on that night though, it would seem that we have yet another attack by the space mercenaries, and they're coming right for us. There were indeed several of them, but many of them didn't have the same samurai apparel that we had become accustomed to. It would seem that not all of the mercenaries had taken up with the culture of the planet, but one thing was for sure, they were all extremely dangerous. As they approached our base, we prepared for a battle of epic proportions. However, our large, bulbous mega terrarium creature was left outside the village walls, and Ori would rush to mount it to try and get away, but he was shot quickly off its back. It would seem that we now have to rescue both of them. Luckily, a trade caravan from the Blue clan was here to try and assist us in our endeavors of protecting ourselves, though they were basically cannon fodder against the charged weapons of the pirates. But given the circumstances, they were putting up one hell of a fight, so much so that the mercenaries decided to try and run away while trying to kidnap who they could before doing so. Luckily, we had already rushed to Ori by this point, so he was safe and sound. We just needed to get away from the mercenaries as they were retreating and firing at us. Yes indeed, faced against overwhelming odds, the mercenaries have decided to run away, but something tells me this is definitely not the last time we'll see them again. Many an ally was lost here today on this battlefield from the Blue clan, and their sacrifice is greatly appreciated. There really wasn't much of a way for us to repay them, but we would take in one of their injured members and try to nurse him back to health at the very least. Thankfully, Ori was safe and sound as well. We had managed to get to him just in time. Another hour or two out here on his own and he definitely would have bled out. He and the Blue clan soldier definitely have a long road to recovery ahead. It would also seem upon further inspection that he has lost his left eye, just as well as his left leg. He's lucky he's not just a torso lying around on the ground as many times as he got hit by that charge rifle, so it could have been worse, I guess. The severity of his wounds did make me realize, however, that at the very least we needed something of a makeshift hospital, so naturally we threw one together. This little makeshift hospital actually has its very own portable generator, that way in case something happens with the main grid we can still keep power going in here. We also have a handful of hospital beds, but more importantly we also have 4 operating tables in their own rooms. On the outside of the little hospital I made something of a nice little nature sanctuary that, it could use some work, I won't lie. But touching back on the operating tables, the reason I built those separate rooms on their own in the hospital is so that we could actually perform some surgeries. I had planned on making a clockwork leg as it doesn't require that many resources. But those of you with a keen eye probably do notice the fact that it requires a crafting of tin, something that none of our people have. And yet again, we have been bested by a crafting ceiling. But I refuse to continue empty-handed, so for the time being, at the very least, we're going to be giving Laz here a peg leg for his right leg. I was considering waiting on the clockwork leg before we perform surgery on Ori, simply because everyone's medical skills are very low and I really don't want to mess up. Now, I ended up doing something a little bit controversial. I have actually added a mod to the mod list, which is the Rim Hammer Steam Tank, as I feel that it is very fitting with our technology and the theme for this series. Now, I definitely don't plan on adding or removing mods very often, as I do want the mod list to be quite random, but if I find one like this that I feel really fits with the theme and stuff like that a few episodes in, we'll most likely end up adding it, and the same goes if we have some that are causing issues, I'll have to remove them, but that's the only time. Another reason I was okay with adding this mod is because these steam tanks can actually simply be built after researching teaching smithing, and really that didn't feel all that fair to me, so now that we've really progressed into steamwork technology, it feels fair. As you can imagine, the parts that go into a very complex machine such as this require their own special workbench known as an engineering bench, allowing us to make all the parts that are required. However, they do require many resources, and by this point we've all but depleted our supply of steel and components. Now, luckily we did have plenty of starship chunks to deconstruct, plenty of compacted machinery and steel, as well as some old runes made out of the same. And I think this should be just enough resources to build one singular steam tank, which is really all we want just so we can test it out. Now, while Ori's working on our steam tank parts, we're going to be sending Laz out once more on the ox cart to do a little bit of trading with the Black Clan. As you well know, since Ori has really been trying to progress his crafting skill, we have a lot of weapons that he's been making, so we would end up selling those to them before heading back home. However, shortly there before we would arrive back in town, we actually had enough parts to create our very first steam tank. Something really cool and also really useful about the steam tank is that it actually uses wood as fuel, which would make sense. Now, I had hoped that I would also be able to use coal as fuel, but because the steam tank is not from the same mod set as the steam works and rifles and things like that, it doesn't seem to be possible. Nevertheless, though, the steam tank is still cool as shit. I think we're going to do a bit of a weapons test as well. The main cannon of the tank actually has to be pointed at the enemies at all times, as it's not able to move on its own on a swivel. Although, it's pretty powerful. The secondary weapon of the tank is known as a steam turret, and it is just as it sounds, a turret that literally blows scalding hot steam onto its enemies. Now, this episode is pre-recorded ahead of time to come out after the next episode, so I haven't gotten around to naming any of our characters. However, if you would like, you could also provide a name for the tank, and in the next episode, I'll get around to naming everyone and everything. Later into the evening, though, Laz would finally return home from yet another successful trading mission where we made a lot of silver, or at least a lot considering how much we had before. However, nearby scouts from the Black Shogun clan had told us about an upcoming battle in our area. It would seem a good-sized force from the Red Shogun clan and the Neanderthal tribes were about to have a battle. Now, of course, they weren't here to attack us, nor did we really have an interest at first in this battle, but truth be told, I did begin to find interest in it, thinking about who would win, as the Red Clan are better equipped with weapons and armor, but then again the Neanderthals have very thick skulls. I suppose we're about to find out. The two groups would clash in a small valley here between our volcanic erupting hills. To my surprise, the Neanderthals were absolutely tanking several arrows and katana wounds. They were even managing to overwhelm the Red Clan's forces and began pushing them back further into the valley. So much so that at one point the remaining Red Clan members would attempt to flee the area. And we didn't have to get involved, as I mentioned earlier, but I wanted to try out our new steam tank. And this group of Neanderthals all huddled together felt like the perfect target to try it out on, testing their thick skulls against our thick plate armor. And cannon, of course. Many a Red Clan member was still alive after the whole ordeal, but I was hardly interested as none of them really had any good stats that we didn't already have access to, and I knew that we could repurpose their gear and sell it back to the Black Clan, so we stripped them and took it. Now that that's over with, I wish to expand our steampunk technology even further with a personal steam-powered suit, which we would actually end up allowing Laz to try out. You could think of it as something of a prototype. Now, not to worry, he can still wear it with his armor. I've simply taken it off to give you a better look at the suit itself. I should mention, though, that I was only able to make the two of them wearable at the same time because I edited the apparel layer for the suit itself, which makes sense to me that it would be a skin layer as it is a suit. Now, the suit itself isn't exactly rated for combat, even though, yes, indeed, it does provide 120% protection against sharp damage. It is mostly for day-to-day productive protective purposes, so as you can see it also increases mining speed by 20%, construction speed by 10%, and also toxic resistance by 50%. It decreases movement speed a little bit, but it doesn't really matter as this is easily offset by our clockwork exoskeleton. But with that, my friends, I feel like this is the perfect place to leave today's episode as we have made some great strides in our steampunk technology. We've achieved a lot of great milestones in this episode, we've done a lot of new things, and I'm really proud of that. I only want to end the episode here because since it is a pre-recorded episode, I have a really bad fear that Laz is going to die before I get to use any of your great suggestions or names, so I'm going to try to maybe not do so many pre-recorded episodes like this. We'll see. But thank you for watching. I love you. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Howdy kiddos, welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series, where we are currently living up our voluptuous lives as steampunk samurai. Today we start out by mining some resources under the mountain here in our strip mining operation, not only because we need these resources for an upcoming project, but also because we're trying to excavate the ancient danger that is hidden under this mountain. Now, we're no fools, so we know exactly what could be hiding behind those walls, or at least we have a good idea of such, so we ended up building some proper defenses to try and protect ourselves. Now, for cracking open the ancient danger walls, we have chosen Omar, as he is one of our few samurai with both of his normal natural-born legs, which is becoming a scarcity nowadays. After he opened up the wall, we realized that the entire place was crawling with mechanoids and megascarabs. It would appear that we are indeed in for a fight. They had snipers, they had shotgun mechs, they even worst of all had a flame-throwing mech, which our clockwork turrets were none too happy with. But thankfully, with our combined efforts, it wouldn't take much at all for us to easily defeat them. Now with the mechs defeated though, we could focus on more important things like putting out the fires and trying to salvage any technology that we could, as well as people that may have been of use to us. After investigating a bit further, of course we had plenty of new items that we could take back home, but we also ended up having some marine armor that we would provide to Throb. Not to worry though, I ended up dyeing it purple. Can't even tell the difference. Since we've been having such a large surge in the amount of items that we have and that we're bringing in, I thought it might be best if we went ahead and built a much larger storage room that's about twice or 3 times the size of our previous one, and then of course we began hauling all of our goodies in there. The question remains though, now that we've emptied out the old storage room, what do we do with it? Well, I've decided to use it as something of a makeshift recreation hall with a nice poker table and a billiards table. I know it's not exactly the most accurate culturally, but you know, it makes them happy. If you guys are cool with it, and only if you're cool with it, I might find some mods that add some recreational items that fit the culture a bit better. Let me know what you think about that. Now that everyone has a proper place to enjoy themselves though, I think we're going to dabble in a bit more research. This time around, we're going to be researching steamwork turrets, which will allow us to create a steam cannon. Now, whether or not this cannon fires an actual cannonball or a gigantic spewing steam geyser is yet to be seen. Now, while we're working on the research, I want to go ahead and show off some of the wonderful names that you guys have provided and that I have chosen for our samurai. First up, we have Throb, who is going to be renamed Zaltoichi, which was suggested by our good friend EE45122, and the name is actually from the main character of a movie about a blind samurai and/or swordsman, which is very fitting for Throb. Next up, we have Ori, who is going to be renamed to Origami, which is a name suggestion from our compadre Luca Bellestra 3550, who said that he should be renamed to Origami due to his crafting and artistic skills, and I completely agree. Last but not least, we have Harry, who is now going to be renamed to Aoshiro, a great name suggestion from our friend Neil Jan99, because of course Harry has blue skin and white hair, so it makes sense. Now, I will say though that Google Translate actually says blue-white should actually be Aijiro, I think. I'm not very good at pronouncing the words, and I also don't speak Japanese, and I'm relying on Google Translates. But either way, you know, I love the name. I'm here for it, so yeah. Now that we've got the naming out of the way though, we're going back to the ancient danger to strip up any steel out of the floor, the columns, anywhere we can find it on the map essentially, and we're also going to be deconstructing mechanoids for the same purpose. The reason being, we're going to be utilizing these resources to build ourselves a brand new type of steam tank, although this will take quite a while, as you well know, so we'll come back to it in a moment. Besides, we have plenty to do now that we finally finished up our research into steamwork turrets, and we can build our very first steam cannon. Now, interestingly, but shocking to no one, I'm sure, this steamwork cannon actually has to be hooked up to the steam pipeline. So that makes sense, I guess. It does not, however, require any type of traditional power source like electricity though, which is completely fine by me. I really like that we're using kind of a fraction of modern technology and electricity and things like that, and also some steam tech, and it's all wrapped up into this nice little bundle of a fraction of ancient Japanese culture. It's interesting. But I'm done yapping, baby, because we have yet another steam tank to build. This one is not your average steam tank. No, this one, my friends, is called an Alter Comrade steam tank. Now, there are some slight differences between it and the original model, mainly the fact that the cannons on the front of this one are much smaller, but they have a much wider radius and fire much faster. This did remind me, though, that we still need a name for our previous tank. I would end up naming our original tank a Matsumara. This splendid name suggestion was suggested by our friend the guy who goes meh, who was saying that the name is after the god of blacksmiths in Shinto. So of course it seems like the perfect name for an ironclad on wheels. Before I forget as well, I just saw a wonderful name for our mega terrarium that is going to be Acupala, or Acupia. Once again, I'm not very good at pronouncing the names, unfortunately, but it is going to be named after the turtle that holds up the world. A great suggestion from our friend Till Dao from Hindu mythology, so thank you very much for that. Now, before we move on, I feel it's important that I tell you that I am currently using the storyteller by the name of Mifune Misfortune. I didn't mention this earlier on because sometimes I change storytellers depending on the type of story I want to tell, but so far I've stuck with him. Now, I do notice that we're able to build a lot without really having any incidents happening. There's not really that many raids, pretty few and far between, and the reason I bring all this up is because I just feel like I've built so much without really having too much of an issue. So I wanted your opinion if I should change the storyteller back to the vanilla ones, or if you like the way that the story and the colony is progressing. Either way though, I do plan on bringing the fight to our enemies since they're not coming to us. But before that, I should also mention that we had finally recruited Tha into our ranks. She of course was the impid farmer that was at the logging site from last episode, and we were happy to have her aboard. We would immediately send her into our warehouse to go ahead and equip some proper attire and weaponry. She's looking much better, and I'm hoping that she can make good work out of that matchlock rifle she's obtained. Now, before we end up going out and attacking our enemies, I thought it might be best for everyone to get a little bit of protein into their bodies because all we've been eating are vegetables like rice and potatoes. The opportunity would present itself in the form of some two-headed cows in the area. This planet never ceases to amaze me. Well, we decided to send Omar out and he would begin hunting them with his battle rifle. I suppose that they're safe enough to eat. Perhaps a taste test is in order. Well, now that everyone's muscles are feeling big and strong, they'll be strong enough to lift these cannons up off the ground, and that way they can haul them onto our ox cart and prepare for an invasion. For you see, my friends, we are going to be attacking the space mercenaries for a change. I grow tired of sitting around waiting in fear on them to attack us. It is time that we bring the fight to their front door. As the majority of the group were traveling, we ended up having a mech cluster drop back home, and I found it quite interesting as there was indeed a clockwork beetle among the mechanoids, meaning simply that even clockwork and steamwork automatons can be taken over by the hive, something we should keep in mind in the future when we build our own. Regardless though, the group had finally arrived at the mercenary base. It was quite well defended by automated turret, but even more so, it was absolutely crawling with the mercs. Once again, as you can tell, I am playing a bit fast and loose here, and this is going to be our most dangerous endeavor yet. I do have Laz enclosed in our most durable steam tank though, so he should be safe and sound. Hopefully. After arriving at our designated location, we began prepping our cannons to be fired on the enemies. These cannons are simply Phase 2 though. Phase 1 is using the cannons on our tanks to begin attacking the enemies in the city itself. Doing so, of course, would get their attention so that we could try to run away and draw them away from their turrets, as well as any cover they would be able to take inside the city. These mercenaries may have the advantage of technology and muscle on their side, but we have intelligence and ingenuity. We would still need to try to end this as swiftly as possible though, because even though our steam tanks have very durable stainless steel plating, these plasma weapons can burn through it easily, given that they have enough time to do so, which it doesn't seem that they will, as they are now fleeing the area after we've curb stomped them. I suppose the cowards couldn't stand the sight of seeing their allies stuck in the treads of our steamy wheels. Unfortunately, many of them would still end up getting away as our tanks were very damaged and I had feared trying to chase them any further. I am also afraid to say, but we did end up suffering one casualty during the battle. Omar has died. He had succumbed to a shot straight through his heart and we had no opportunity to try and save him or tend to him, unfortunately. Not to mitigate our loss here today, as it is devastating, but given the circumstances of the weapons and armor that these mercenaries have at their advantage, it's a damn miracle we didn't lose many more. Our success would not have been possible without our tanks though. Though we weren't interested in most of these mercenaries because the majority of them didn't have that great of skill sets, or they had some type of drug addiction that we wouldn't be able to fuel and thus they would end up going insane, we did have one here who had a pretty decent skill set, no drug addictions, and thus we would tend to her wounds and take her prisoner. We would also need to have a few of our people begin repairing these tanks if we ever hope to get them back home, as they were almost completely decimated from the plasma weapons. As some of our samurai were repairing the tanks though, Laz and a few others would go into the town itself and begin trying to engage with the turrets there so that they may not kill us in the future. Or, right now either. I had hoped to take many of them back home with us, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be much of an option. With all of the turrets destroyed or dismantled though, we would be free to go throughout the town and begin looking for riches. We ended up finding quite a few sapphire, as well as quite a few piles of silver. There were a few other things we would be sure to claim as much as we could before beginning to make our way back home. Once we had left the road though, going through the mountains, the journey would be quite long, so in the meantime we had a bulk goods trader arrive at the colony here at Flowing Hills and we decided to do a little bit of trading with them. As you can see, we ended up purchasing 2 cows. I think these will be perfect for giving us some good calcium in our diet from their milk and possibly some protein when we eventually slaughter them. Our war party would finally end up arriving back home a little bit later into the evening, at which point we would throw the Cruel into a prison cell and begin recruitment attempts. As you can see, she's pretty good at crafting, but really good at melee and shooting, and that's really all we want her for. She's also a quick sleeper. Using our steam tanks, we would easily dismantle this mech cluster, and then, unfortunately, poor Laz would have to bear the burden of burying our friend Omar. His tomb would be engraved with some very simple artwork. The depiction of a district with a careful arrangement of a dozen lentils around it. Though his passing was very sad and our mourning of him will continue, we must also continue pushing forward with our colony, so we're going to be hauling in all the cargo that we got from our raid. And of course, I would allow all of our fine folks to have at it with any armor and weapons that they choose. By the end of it, they were looking pretty darn good, though unfortunately it doesn't seem that I can dye the ninja armor here, so it does have to stay black. I suppose black, red, and purple are now going to be our main colors, which I'm kind of fine with, to be honest, because the straight purple was a little bit bland. I also wanted to build a very small battery room, that way we can at least store a little bit of power. We normally only use electricity for some lights, so I think that's fine. However, I will say that we had also taken a brass turret from the raid when it happened, and we will be using it as well. I realize it's more modern tech, but my kind of unspoken rule here is that that's fine as long as it's stolen and or earned through combat. We then began to tackle something of a mega project. I was going to build a very large garage for our steam tanks. Now, I previously had a clip where I actually dug out this very large square and started putting in the garage doors, or at least I thought I did. Maybe I wasn't recording or wasn't paying attention, but that's what we're building. Not only will this be a safe place to keep our tanks, they'll also be out of the way in here. Up until this point, we've had our garage gates built into our walls, and this has caused some issues as we continue expanding out the village inside the walls. We decided that we would begin to work on a clockwork leg finally. As mentioned previously, we needed a crafting of tin, which origami now has after plenty of practice practice making weapons and other sorts of items. Now, this leg is still a bit of a prototype, so just bear with me here as we try to shove it into Laz's stump. I joke, I kid, I play, of course this was a proper surgery and it went off without a hitch, even though we had a very low medical skill. I think she had a medical skill of 5 and there was a very high chance of that killing him and or injuring him. Which brings me to my next point. I know a lot of you guys have been bringing up how we're basically not going to die at some point after we get some heavy defenses and stuff like that, and I just want to assure you that I will be taking chances like this along the way, so there's a pretty high chance that we end up dying regardless, because, I mean, technically that is the point of the series, no? Of course, though, I'm not trying to kill him. Either way, once the anesthesia had wore off, his moving was up to 85%, which was much better than it was previously with his peg leg. Still not 100%, but we'll take what we can get. Later on into the rainy evening, we had finally recruited the Cruel, who it didn't seem to take very long to break her resistance and have her join us here, thankfully. After seeing a bunch of samurai wipe out your entire colony with some tanks that run off steam power, I suppose I can't blame her. We're the coolest damn cats on the planet. Who wouldn't want to join us? We would even trust her to dual wield some ancient charge SMGs. Oh, wow. Welcome aboard, little buddy. Now I have some good news and bad news. The good news, our cow is pregnant, so that's good. The bad news, we're under attack again. I suppose this was to be expected, though. We haven't had a raid in quite a while, like I mentioned earlier, and the entire time we've been playing in this save and on this planet, we haven't had a raid from this Impid tribe, so it's well overdue. I had positioned Laz and a couple others in the main tower closest to where the raid was coming from, which was a massive mistake because they immediately lit us on fire and we almost blew them up with a cannon. No, really, I swear I'm not trying to kill him. We would pull out from the tower and try to take cover behind our clockwork turrets and the embrasures. This was going pretty great, at least for a little bit of time, until the enemies continued to spew further and further through the gates. It was time for us to get a little bit hands-on here because our turrets and traps could only take us so far. We had managed to kill many of them, and by doing so, they would begin to try to run away. We weren't too keen on letting cowards get away from us, so we would kill as many as possible, but unfortunately, as you well know, some of them did manage to escape our vicinity. There's always next time. As you can imagine, that fire breath from them was a little bit of a hairy situation, so we had plenty of fires to put out, but luckily the rain helped out with that quite a bit, and then we would actually end up taking one of them as a prisoner. We would, of course, begin the recruitment process. Now, I'd be lying to you if I said that she had any decent skills at all other than shooting in melee, but she can be a good fighter for us, I'm sure. Now, our metallic resources were becoming quite low once more. It looks like we'll have to go out and collect some from a different area, as I believe we began depleting all the ones in our vicinity here. However, they are low because I've been saving up for a little project. As a matter of fact, I've been using these resources to build more plate armor, pistons, and yada 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 to build yet another steam tank. I know, you love it, I love it, we all love it. The problem with this one though, it has a flame turret instead of a steam turret, so that means we need chem fuel, and I haven't noticed any boomalope in our area. So, I decided to actually load up our hot air balloon with some silver, and I was going to go out and buy some. Now, I'm sure all of you remember, but our allies around here are few and far between, so the only person we could really go out and try to do any trading with to purchase chem fuel was the Black Clan, but upon our arrival, I noticed that they didn't have any chem fuel to be spoke for. They did, however, end up having a calligraphy table, which we could have researched and built ourselves, but we haven't done that research yet, and I thought it'd be easy to spend about 100 silver on it, so we bought it. I'm not sure how peaceful and tranquil it'll be to try and paint on this next to a poker table, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Oh well, we'll eventually get around to finding some chem fuel or taming some boomalopes somewhere perhaps. Maybe we'll form a camp a few miles away from the village. But as you could probably tell, I'm trying to up my repertoire of these steam tanks as there are many different kinds. I think I'd like to have something of a little army of them so that we can go and invade other bases. However, something for the moment that I feel is long overdue is our research that we need to complete about our utilization of the mega terrariums. Because currently we haven't even the slightest clue what we can use Occupara's gigantic globe on his back for. After completing the required research though, I could see that he is literally just for growing crops. However, there were still a few areas that were marked out that we couldn't use. I noticed a bit further down the research tree there was one called Unlock Chemical Divisions. I thought maybe there was a chance we could grow some chem fuel, so we went ahead and finished up both of those researches, but unfortunately, it doesn't appear that we can actually do that. The new research does, however, allow us to grow ambrosia as well as herbal meds, so not really useful, but whatever. Perhaps if we have a gigantic volcanic explosion and we don't have any other way to grow plants. I did, however, notice that I actually have the technology unlocked for biofuel refining, which I forgot about, so I ended up just building one of those so we could make chem fuel. I would have preferred a steampunk variant, but I guess it has tanks and pipes and a boiler, so, you know, close enough, I suppose. With this chem fuel, though, we were finally able to fuel up the turret of our brand new tank, and we were going to take it out for a spin. We would test it out on a pile of corpses, that way we can have a two birds in one stone situation. I think this very well may be my preferred tank, especially since enemy villages and bases are normally made out of wood. We could just essentially burn them to the ground easily. Slowly but surely, though, our little collection of these behemoths is growing. I think next episode we may build a few more and maybe take them out for a spin, though we'll have to try to get our population up so we have enough people to actually man the guns inside of them. This planet is absolutely chock full of enemies just waiting to be conquered by us. Before the episode ends, though, I want to mention that I moved our calligraphy table out by the hospital, out in the little kind of backyard shrine that we built last episode. It seems like a peaceful and more tranquil place for everyone to enjoy. Hello all you fine shogun out there. Welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series. My friends, it's ever so good to see you here today. Coming in a little hot and heavy today, we are going to begin by building a smelter. We have no time to waste because, as I alluded to in the last episode, we need plenty of resources to create plenty more steam tanks. So we're going to be smelting down steel chunks for steel to make into, well, steel plates. The idea here being that at some point throughout this series we are going to have an entire fleet of these steam tanks that we can use to conquer any enemy base. Or perhaps an enemy mining base controlled by the Impid tribes people of this planet that contains plenty of precious minerals like steel? I think so. We would begin loading up the 3 tanks that we currently do have in our fleet to go out, as they should be pretty impervious to the Impid fire breath with their steel plates and what have you. Even though we're traveling by steam tank though, the journey will definitely take quite a few days. So in the meantime, back home, it would appear that there was a shuttle chunk that had fallen from orbit. We're going to begin deconstructing that, as well as any other types of things that'll give us steel and components, which are indeed pretty few and far between at this point. After some time though, we had finally arrived at the Impid steel mining camp, and there were about 9 or so chaps and lasses here. Well, more like about 6 or 7. Maybe, okay, 5, 4. Anyway, though, we started launching our cannonballs at them from our tanks, and it was mighty easy making them retreat the area so that we could come in and take all their wonderful resources. Now, of course, they had plenty of steel in their little storage area here, but that wasn't quite enough for us. We were pretty desperate, so we actually began deconstructing the steel tiles they were using in their base and their steel gibbet cages as well. Every little drop in the bucket counts towards their ultimate demise. Now, though, with plenty of steel and cargo, it's time for us to begin making the way back home. Speaking of which, back home, Aoshiro was working hard on trying to recruit our 2 prisoners. We also ended up having a quest from the Blue Clan, and they were saying that they've been facing repeated infestations and that they were requesting that we take on some of these infestations. In exchange, they would give us some goodies, such as a doomsday rocket launcher, which we were more than ecstatic to take on for that. I didn't have much of an issue accepting this, as I assumed the infestations would end up happening under a overhead mountain roof, which would be in our mining system here, and that's exactly what ended up happening, although I may have taken a bad chance there, a gamble, because they also can just show up anywhere, I'm pretty sure. Either way, we lucked out, and they are indeed under these mountains, which would make it quite easy once our caravan had returned home to aim our cannon barrels down into the mines and start blowing their hives all to hell. As one might imagine, the bugs were none too keen on this and came out trying to attack our tanks. The majority of them were ran over, but many of them were also burned to death and also boiled alive as well. Ah, you poor dumb little monsters. Good day and good riddance to you, as well as your pitiful little hives. We were pretty careful to not destroy all of the jelly, as it would go great with our rice bowls. As for our reward, the Blue Clan would hold well on their promise. Now, I'm curious as to where they got that rocket launcher, but I'm assuming maybe they got it in a skirmish with the space mercenaries. not positive. Shortly thereafter, though, Origami decided to throw a party to celebrate our extermination of the bugs, our defeat of the Impid tribe's mining site, all the steel that we got, and the 2 gifts as well. After that, we would also begin hauling in all of said resources that we had gotten, and we wasted no time working on some new plating, as well as wheels and boilers and everything that you need for a good old steam tank. We had also finally recruited the Impid that we took prisoner last episode during the raid by the name of Therak. Always happy to have more hands on deck, of course. We immediately sent her into the storage building for some more appropriate attire and weaponry. Now, I'm sure many of you remember from last episode, but she is actually the prisoner that has a really good melee and shooting skill, and that is why we gave her an ancient charge battle rifle. Now, in the meantime, while we're waiting on the parts to build a brand new tank, we are also going to be naming our other 2 that we've recently built. We're going to be going with the names Fuji and Yasukichi. In particular, for the tanks, they were provided by Rocker 666-006 and the Bucket 2503. The name Fuji being from Mount Fuji, which is volcanically active, and also, of course, the tank has a flame turret, so it makes plenty of sense. And with Yasukichi being the name of a famous champion sumo wrestler. Now, I'm really digging these names, but moving on, we have more names for our bovine friends here. First up, for our bull, we're going to be naming him Wagyu, and for our lady cow, we are going to be naming her Cow Siam. These names were provided by our friends Jay Cease, I believe, and the biggest Jake. Wagyu, of course, being after the Japanese beef, and Cow Siam seems more like a joke from our friend Jake here, but I really liked it, so thank you both. Last but not least, for the naming, we have our companions, the Cruel and Tha, who are promptly going to be renamed Mirai no Jose and Atsui. You'll have to forgive my god-awful pronunciations. With both of these names coming from our friends Leather Gnome 4654 and Doge General-M5S. With Atsui being a direct translation from the word hot, and Tha being an impid, it only makes sense. And the full name for Mirai, which I'm going to call her for short, comes from the translation of the words future woman. Perfect for a space mercenary, I would say, but I would like to thank you all for your name suggestions. Now that we're finally finished up with all our naming, though, we are going to begin on a new research, which is operating theater. Essentially, to simplify, this is the steampunk and steamwork version of an operating table slash hospital bed, as well as a vitals monitor. At least in terms of their functionality, that is. We'll have Jiraiya get right to work on that, and while he's researching, we'll also overburden him because I wasn't paying attention to the work priorities by having him work on some defenses with everyone else in the southern section of the colony and base. Now, a sensible person would probably say, Rat Daddy, why the hell are you working on defenses down south when you don't even have any homes or buildings down that way? Well, my friend, we are actually going to be putting a new pen down this way for our cows. As you can see, they loved a new pasture with plenty of green grass to eat. Our mega terrarium had to be moved out though because he was eating up all the grass, trees, berry bushes, and everything in between. We would also finally have enough parts to go ahead and work on a brand new steam tank, but this would be interrupted by a prison break. The ancient soldier known as Phoebe still had plenty of pep in her step, and a few wooden doors weren't going to hold her back, so we had to beat some sense into her, you understand. I don't think she'll be revolting again anytime soon. And with that, we could finally finish up our new tank. This, my friends, is an Emperor's Wrath tank, the strongest of them all. In terms of its weaponry, it's about the same as a normal tank. Essentially, think the normal original steam tank, but much beefier and able to take one hell of a beating. Basically just more badass in every way. I'm afraid our time of peace has ended though, as I have some very bad news. The space pirates slash mercenaries are attacking us, and falling right on top of our heads. A genius move on their part, I will give them, as this completely avoids our tanks and the possibility of our defenses. Nevertheless, they are here now, inside our village, with some heavy weapons. We had absolutely no way to stop them before they fired at us. We would easily manage to overpower the three of them, but I'm afraid that the damage is already done. Much of our infrastructure was damaged during the attack. Our steam piping had exploded along with much of our electrical wiring. Several of our buildings would also begin to burn down, but luckily the rain had came and managed to put them out. But the worst still yet, we had lost Mirai as well as Origami during the massive explosion. Several of our other samurai were very injured during the blast as well, but it would seem that for now they would not succumb to their injuries. Of course, losing two two of our samurai was absolutely awful, but I don't think you quite understand just how close we came to having to restart this entire series. Here's a little bit of a playback for you. We would immediately begin working on 2 marble sarcophagi, the best material that we had for our samurai, with both having some beautiful works of art engraved into them. Each artwork seemed to depict a battle that the samurai had taken part in. Very fitting for their last resting place, I would say. Speaking of which, since we've lost 3 of our samurai thus far, and there is definitely the possibility of losing many more, I thought it might be very fitting if we created a proper tomb and or crypt to keep all of their sarcophagi in. Again here for the flooring, since it does have a beauty stat, I decided to make it out of marble to ensure that our friends can rest in a very gorgeous place. We had also created a shrine for those of our living samurai who may wish to meditate in there or even pray. We would also of course begin repairing our piping and structures all around town that were damaged during the massive explosion. I also just wanted to take a moment to kind of reflect on the damage that was done as well as the situation, as I feel like it went by very quickly in the recording here. We lost 2 of our good friends, guys, and I wish that there was something I could have done to have prevented that, but that weapon was absolutely massive. If it didn't hit them, it definitely would have hit someone like Laz or someone else, but I am still quite sorry that it happened. We would, however, end up finishing our research into operating theater, allowing us to create a table as well as the notes. However, that being said, both items required silk and ink berries, 2 items of which we didn't currently have. The only logical solution here to me was to send Laz out in the hot air balloon to the Black Clan base to try and purchase some, but unfortunately they also didn't have any of either item. So I decided that we would try to grow our own instead, which is completely fine. It just, takes a lot longer. But the reason I was wanting these items is so that I could perform some surgeries with some clockwork limbs like clockwork legs, but I realize now those take a crafting of 10, and with origami dead, our best crafter now is going to be Phoebe, who we recently recruited, but her crafting is only an 8, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to try to work on that. First and foremost, though, she's going to need the proper attire and gear to go about living her daily life here in the village, and she needs the right colors to fit in with the rest of the clan, of course, but once that was completed, she could finally begin on her crafting and smithing. I felt that a good project for her to work on would be some clockwork exoskeletons, as we still had plenty of samurai who needed some that could really benefit from them during battle and just day-to-day operations working around the village, of course. It did take a day or 2, but eventually we had got the rest of the clockwork exoskeletons built for the rest of our samurai, and everyone is looking mighty fine, if I do say so myself, ready for battle. Though we have lost many of our friends, their courage and their bravery will live on forever through us. Laz might not always keep every single detail of his memories once he dies and is resurrected, but one thing is for sure. Some piece of them will always live forever through him, no matter what life he's in. After our exoskeletons were all completed, though, we ended up having a quest from the leader of the Blue Clan. As is well known, they, as well as most factions on this planet, are currently at war with the Impid tribe, and they're hoping that we can assist them in an ambush. With the promise of some masterwork daimyo armor in hand, we would accept. I'm guessing the leader of the Blue Clan is calling upon us, as we do have quite the little fleet of steam tanks, and they have yet to build such technology thus far. Nevertheless, I don't mind providing a helping hand in exchange for some nice armor, as well as some good relations. The only issue being, as we were traveling to the ambush site, we ended up having a raid. It would seem a fair-sized group of Neanderthals were coming to kill us, but had no idea that nobody was home. In a fit of rage, they went to our garage and started busting all the lights that we had in there, but after realizing no one was around, they started going through our walls, hitting many of our traps, and getting into a bit of a tussle with our clockwork turrets. Unfortunately, we had forgot to refuel our steam generator, so our steam cannon was down at the moment. Not to worry though, for our clockwork turrets seem to be doing quite a number on the Neanderthals, even given their thick-ass skulls and their thick-ass skin. It was kinda like poking a rhinoceros with a sewing needle. Sure, at first it isn't really working, but eventually after you do it enough, you break the skin and you'll hit something. Before our defenses had managed to finish them off, it would seem that they had managed to light many fires, and it would also seem that a few of our structures are going to burn down. We were far from home, so there was nothing we could really do, and also we had much bigger issues at hand. As you can see, with a storm overhead, we had finally finally arrived at the ambush point. It does, however, seem that we've arrived a bit early, and our Blue Clan allies have arrived a little bit late. The Impids were quite swift in their movements, making it quite hard for us to hit them with our turrets, let alone our cannons, so we would try our best to run them over. Finally though, after many hours of fighting, our allies had arrived. I must say I was none too impressed with the fighting force that they brought to try and help us do this ambush, but whatever. It hardly mattered either way, as we had already killed the majority of the Impids. Because of the destructive power of our tanks and the close vicinity between the Blue Clan Samurai and the Impids, I decided to pull my tanks back, that way we didn't cause any accidental friendly fire. And this way they could pull their weight and finish off the enemies for us. Truly, it was the least that they could do for us since they had requested our help, and thus far they hadn't even done anything. After some time though, they had finally finished off enough of the Impids that they had begun to flee the area. We would kill as many as we could, but some did get away. With a successful ambush under our belt, it was time for us to head all the way back home. Everyone was quite ecstatic to be back home, except they had realized that in their absence, it looks like someone had attacked the Neanderthals and half the village was burned. Looks like we have quite a bit of work ahead of us. However, there is some good news. We did end up kidnapping one of the Impids from the ambush, and we've decided to try and imprison them. She was a fast-learning psychopath with a good melee and cooking skill. Everything else was fairly subpar, except for her crafting, I would say, which she has a minor passion in. Perhaps she could be an apprentice smith to Phoebe or something. The Blue Clan had also made good on their promise to drop off the masterwork daimyo armor to us. Helping friends is always better when you get paid for it. And now with all that behind us, I thought it might be a good time for us to go ahead and make the required repairs to all of our structures that were burned, as well as the research bench and everything else that we had lost. Our recreation building getting burned down kind of worked out perfectly, because last episode I was talking to you guys about adding some mods that actually have some proper recreation items given the culture, and it seems like you guys agree. So first and foremost, I have added a new mod that is Aaron's Japanese Furniture. Now this doesn't have any particular recreation items, but there are a lot of decorative items and what have you, so I think that those will go perfectly. As for recreation items, I have added the Mahjong table. Now I realize Mahjong, I believe, is a Chinese game, not Japanese. I wanted to try to find a mod that adds shogi. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to have any on the workshop, so I'm just kind of making do with what I have here. But if you close your eyes, use your imagination, and just pretend that the Mahjong is shogi, hey, it's actually shogi, look at that. But now with our new mods added to the list, we'd go ahead and add some new decorative items to the building, as well as 2 Mahjong tables, the appropriate sitting areas for them, and a regular chess table as well. I also decided to go through our feasting hall and deconstruct the old wooden benches that we had in there and put in some more appropriate seating areas with some more appropriate lighting as well. I would also end up doing something similar in terms of the decorative aspect inside of our crypt as well, just making it much more comfortable for any visitors of our dead to pray or meditate or just simply visit their deceased friends. Slowly but surely, we'll also begin phasing out the old furniture that we've been using in favor of something a bit more fitting of the culture, of course, like these nice futon beds instead of a normal wooden bed. At some point one night, Aoshiro and Phoebe ended up getting fibrous mechanites, which I'm not too excited about because of all the pain, but I suppose at the very least it increases their moving, manipulation, and their blood pumping, so okay. I would also spot a biomutation pulsar in our storage room. I remember we got this about an episode or 2 back, and I forgot to check to see if it would actually be useful for anything, or if maybe we should just sell it. Well, apparently this device will send out a broad wave of psychic energy that will change animals in the region into terrifying monsters by affecting their molecular structure down to the very last atom. This device seems like the ultimate super weapon against an enemy base, so I decided to pack it into the tank, and we were going to take it and use it on a local Impid tribe base. Now, we could use it on the space mercenaries, but the problem is I've never used the device before, I'm quite unfamiliar with it, and I fear that if we go there, there's a much more chance of us dying than us being successful with it. Worst case, if something were to go wrong here, we have a bunch of tribespeople shooting at us with a bow and arrow while monsters are chasing us instead of some large ancient plasma weapons. Now, because this device is going to turn these animals into bloodthirsty monsters, that does also mean they're going to attack us. So we decided to cut down a bunch of trees in the area and make ourselves ourselves a temporary structure to hide in. And just in case wooden walls aren't strong enough to keep them out, we'll jump back inside the tank. But without further ado, here goes nothing. Well, it looks like that did the trick. All the animals in the area have been turned into fleshy monsters. It would also seem that they have noticed and began attacking the tribespeople as well. I will say though, kudos to the tribespeople as they were holding their own quite well. I suppose it has something to do with the fact that they literally breathe fire and the flesh beasts are very, very flammable. Even so though, the beast had caught them by surprise and completely outnumbered them, causing many of them to die in the initial chaos, and thus they would have to flee their home, while their village and the surrounding forest burnt down to an absolute crisp. All of this happening and we didn't even have to raise a single finger. Since everyone hates the Impid tribes, we ended up getting a boost of 20 with every single faction on the planet, although the mercenaries still hate us no matter what. With the coast as clear as it's going to get anytime soon, we decided to blow a massive hole in the wooden walls and take our tank near the village. Thanks to our tank's stainless steel armor plating, the flesh beast had no chance of getting inside. I had hoped to maybe go down into the town and blow through some walls to see if there's anything worth salvaging, but unfortunately, due to the massive fire, there wasn't really any chance of that. We did, however, rescue a gentleman by the name of Purr, who happened to be one of the mercenaries who was about to burn to death inside of a building. We quickly cleared out the flesh beast around the town, although most of them burned to death anyhow, and then we quickly returned back home with him in tow. He is a filthy mercenary, so I should have just left him to die there, but he has a pretty good crafting skill, with it being a burning passion and a level of 9. He also has an 11 in intellectual with a burning passion there as well, so he can also help out with researching, or so I thought. Turns out we'll have to enslave him if we want him to join us, and of course slaves can't do research. Not to worry though, we'll make a friend by force out of him soon, and we'll be good to go. Hello, all you fine folks out there, and welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Depth series. My friends, I'm ever so glad to see you here once more today. Today, my friends, we start by facing the issue that we've been facing for quite a few episodes, the issue of not having near enough components and steel to build all of the tanks that our little hearts desire. So we're going to begin today by doing a lot of strip mining, which, as I'm sure you've guessed, will allow us to collect all of these resources that we require. During the time that we were strip mining, we had also finally enslaved Purr, the fella that we had taken prisoner last episode with the great crafting skill, and because of this we would also have him begin working on plenty of alloys as well as some new tools. Not only because we want him to get that crafting skill up to a 10 as soon as possible, but also because these tools will be quite useful. These are steampunk drills, and they just so happen to increase mining speed by 100%, which is pretty darn good. We let Laz here test it out, and as you can see, he was much faster than Jiraiya or Kona Yoshimaru. Now, to be fair, his skill is a little bit higher than theirs, but with the drill he could absolutely run circles around them. Some time later, and we ended up having a transport pod crash nearby. It seems that there is a space refugee by the name of Brick. Brick here had a pretty good set of skills, and just as well, he was an undergrounder jogger, so we were interested in capturing him, but I thought that might be a little too cruel, so we decided to rescue him instead. We'll tend him back to health and let him make his own decisions, but there's not really any way off the planet that we know of, so I have a feeling he might be interested in staying here. By this point, we also had plenty of silk and ink berries, which is exactly what we needed to build our operating theater note tables. These will help us out immensely with our successful surgery rate as well as our tinned quality. Later on into the night, it would seem that our hospitality has paid off as Brick has been healed and has also decided to join us. Welcome aboard, little fella. After some time of crafting and smithing, Laz and the other miners all had these steampunk drills, meaning that our strip mining operations will be most successful. Well, not only successful, but also successful within a very quick amount of time. To further upgrade Purr's crafting skill, I also decided to let him go ahead and work on some parts for a brand new steam tank, like the boilers, the pipes, and all that great stuff. After a little bit of time, our efforts were quite successful as well, and his crafting skill was indeed now a 10, meaning that he could also make a clockwork leg for us. Once we finally had this created, we would have Laz install it on Kono Yoshimaru, who had been missing her right leg for quite some time now. Thanks to our operating theater table notes as well as our operating table itself, there was very little chance of this not going properly. Now, at some point in today's episode, I also plan on all of us doing a little bit of traveling for something special, of course, so I want to ensure that our defenses are up to par to protect the place in our absence. And thus, I have decided to build a clockwork sniper turret that is fairly slow, but also very accurate and also very deadly, covering basically the entire village. I also went to research pipe organs, basically making a large organ instrument that we could play, and it would be a cool decorative item, and it would bring people a lot of happiness, but after I ended up researching it, I realized that we don't meet the requirements. Per, of course, has a crafting of 10, but I think he's incapable of artistic work, so we're screwed for now. You live and you learn. We'll get around to building it eventually. I don't exactly think a steampunk pipe organ fits with the culture per se in terms of a musical instrument, but I definitely think that it fits with the theme of the series and our village and colony, so there's that. But that'll be later on. As for now, we have much bigger fish to fry with a very good-sized raid from the Impid tribes nearby, and they're attacking us from 3 separate angles. A little bit concerning to say the least, even though this is simply a tribal attack. Normally we would hop into our tanks and send them all out, but our garage was filled with some allies that we didn't want to run over, making it quite hard to send them all out. Nevertheless, we would do the best with what we had and try to get them out as soon as possible. Some of the others had broke through our defenses on the other side of our entrance and were getting shot to pieces by our clockwork turrets. Truth be told though, that was considered mercy to what their comrades on the western wall were facing, as many of their heads had been ran over and crushed by our tank treads, and their chest cavities had been burnt and caved in by a super powerful, superheated stream of steam. They had started this fight, but of course we would have to end it as they ran away with their tails tucked firmly between their legs. Now, to be fair, I say that they started the fight, but technically last episode we did use a bioweapon to turn all the animals in the area into fleshy monsters that would attack an entire base of theirs and kill many people, but I digress. One of them had a pretty decent skill set though, so instead of executing her, we decided to take her prisoner, and of course we'll eventually get her recruited with time. Now that was a fairly tense situation for everyone. I thought they could use a good bit of rest and relaxation, so I decided to upgrade our calligraphy rec shrine area here just outside our hospital with more tables as well as a nice blossom tree. And you know, I think it really made everyone much happier, even if just by a teeny tiny little bit. A little bit of time later, we had finally recruited a impid that we had taken prisoner last episode into our ranks. And if I remember correctly, she has a mighty melee skill, and that is why when she went into the warehouse to equip all the weapons, I gave her a pretty darn good sword. Now it's no Neo Katana like some of our other samurai have, but maybe we'll get her one in the future after we kill a few more of the mercenaries. As for now, she'll just have to do the best with what she has while she's helping out cook around the village. Speaking of which, we could also use a little bit of protein in our diet, so we decided to slaughter some of our cows, including a poor little calf. Sadly, I had done this before I seen some comments on the last episode where some of you guys had actually named these cows, and I'm very sorry about that. Either way though, eating this beef will make our muscles all big and strong for the upcoming battle. Oh, what upcoming battle, you might ask? Well, my friends, we're loading up everything into our steam tanks and we are going back out to conquer yet another space mercenary settlement. Because truly the only good defense against these vile bastards is a great offense. And with our current fleet of 5 steam tanks, I think we should be able to pull this off again. I will say, upon our arrival, I was once again none too impressed with the defenses of this base. Though of course the folks that lived here appeared to be a lot more deadly, with some very heavy weaponry, and of course some extremely durable armor as well. Armor that I hope to pry off of them after murdering them. I don't think we'll have much issue killing them all, as it seems they can't even come together long enough to fight us away from fighting each other. Though it must be said that not all of the mercenaries were bloodthirsty fools with no sense of strategy. Some of them were much more calculated and even brutal. I take it he must be the leader of this chapter. Well, spooky names aren't going to scare us away so easily. Let's give him a little nod knock on the door, shall we? We had fired at the southern side of their base to try to draw them out into this field here, making it much easier to hit them with our cannons and to run them over as well. Truth be told, they do have quite the range advantage on us, and their weapons are much more advanced, so if we didn't close the distance and start running many of them over, we probably wouldn't be able to win any fight. However, the unfortunate part is doing this also opens us up to their leader here and his massive plasma swords. We were trying to do the best that we could, but the mercenaries were quick on their feet, and the more damage that our tanks sustained from the plasma weapons, the slower they became. The clock was ticking, and we needed to end this fast. I would try to use several of our tanks to concentrate on one area of the mercenaries so that we may be able to kill them and force them to retreat. Eventually, this did end up working. I didn't want the Brutal to get away from us though, and we had managed to hit him with a massive cannonball right in the back of the head. Many of his companions attempting to flee the area wouldn't be long for this world either, and would be joining him in the afterlife shortly thereafter. We had killed a lot of them though instead of incapacitating them, which was a shame because that means we don't get near as much armor. Laz and Per both had quite a close call as their tank was destroyed by fleeing enemies. I knew that this was a possibility as it had been immobilized during the battle, but I didn't expect it to explode so soon. Thankfully though, Laz was in the gunner's seat as I knew he wouldn't take near as much damage there. Even so though, the 4 remaining tanks that we had that weren't destroyed had sustained extreme damage during the battle and would definitely need to be repaired before we even thought about going anywhere. Because of the extensive damage and the fact that the enemies would have reinforcements showing up in a few days, we would waste absolutely no time going ahead and starting repairs on all of our tanks. While that's going on, we could also check out some of the new weapons and armor that we got from the mercenaries, such as the leader's massive plasma swords. Something tells me we don't have the training or the power armor required to wield those though. Perhaps we'll obtain that type of armor in the future though, or if not, we could always sell them, but we definitely need to get them inside out of the elements before they deteriorate away. As we were focused on that, our samurai were having a little bit of an issue with the mercenaries' defenses, you know, the ones that I was criticizing earlier. Well, they ended up giving us a good run for our money, but eventually we did take out all the turrets. And now we can finally rest without the constant fear of death hanging over our heads, and believe you me, we needed to rest, as many of our samurai were completely exhausted. We went through the rest of the base just to ensure no one was hiding in the corner, waiting for us to step in so they could shoot us in the back of the head, and everything seemed to be good. With that being the case, as everyone is making their preparations for us to be able to go back home, I decided this would probably be a decent time to go ahead and name some of our fine folks. First up, we have Therak and Ne, who are going to be renamed as Senju and Hakuo. In particular, these wonderful names were provided by you wonderful people, in particular Rocker 666 006 once more, as well as Epping Cell, with the name Hakuo being based on a sumo wrestler who had actually reached the highest rank, and Senju being a mix of the words war and gun in Japanese. Now, for Therak, it was supposed to be Kana Senju, but I couldn't get a good translation on Kana with Google Translate. Unfortunately, that's all I really have at my fingertips, so I ended up just going with Senju, as it seems like a pretty decent translation of the two words. Which I think is also fine because I most likely would have just said Senju for short anyhow. I decided that we should also go ahead and name our tanks, with our first one being named Kira, as well as the second one being named the Dreadnought. These splendid names were provided by our good friends Rins Brian Cardenaz, as well as Firefox 7658, with Kira being the word for death, but based on my research online, it actually appears to be the translation for the word killer. Either way, I'm super cool with that, and Dreadnought, although it doesn't say here in the comment, I believe is actually a reference to the Dreadnoughts from Warhammer 40k. Absolutely wonderful name suggestions, my friends. I want to thank you all ever so much for them as well. Now, after some time, we have finally managed to get all of our tanks repaired, as well as all of our people loaded up into them. Luckily, each tank actually has a passenger spot along with the gunner spot, so we had just enough room. We would finally arrive home, and now comes the difficult part, trying to haul all of the things that we have looted from our raid back into our storage room. A tedious process, no doubt, that will take quite a while. However, we did end up needing some more storage because of all the items that we actually collected from the raid, and thus we would end up building onto our current storage facility. Simply building some additional shelves, of course, but unfortunately this was interrupted. It would seem that we have a gigantic man-hunting pack of mega sloths coming to try and eat the flesh from our bones. A bit strange since they're herbivores, but okay. Now, I will say I was a bit perplexed on how we should actually handle this issue, and I had actually saved the game and closed it and went and had some dinner and done some other chores and things like that, and during that time I was pondering in my head, how can I beat this gigantic pack? Is this the end? Well, no, as it would turn out that running them over with our tanks, as we've handled many of our enemies thus far, is quite sufficient, even more so. Though doing these ramming maneuvers would actually cause quite a bit of damage to our tanks. As you can see, one of them here is leaking fuel, which is just water, of course. Of course, there are some tanks that are specifically built for this purpose of ramming our enemies, so maybe we should try to focus on some of those in the future. With the manhunting pack of mega sloths finally taken care of, we could finish up our additional storage to our storage room. Now, by this point, we had collected many a neo-samurai weapon from the space mercenaries with our recent raid. Even though we didn't get all that much armor, we did get many ranged weapons like rifles and bows and things of that sort. And I went ahead and had everyone equip some of those weapons. That way we have the most up-to-date, futuristic, and most powerful, most of all, weapons that we could possible. Now, I realize that these aren't exactly steampunk weapons or anything close to that, but I think they really still fit our aesthetic pretty good, and to be honest with you, none of the factions on the planet sell or carry steampunk weapons really, so we would have to craft them ourselves, which would be incredibly difficult, and we would definitely die before that happened. Speaking of weapons though, it would seem that we have a very large mech cluster that has dropped nearby our base, and their weapon of choice is a toxic smog thing that they're gonna basically poison the air with, which is no bueno. And thus, we'll need to take immediate action. Now, realistically, the toxic spewer isn't going to be online for a few more days, but I find it best to attack preemptively. Besides, it's more fun this way. Firing our tank cannon at the spewer woke up many of the mechs who were very pissed off at us, which just so happened to draw them in closer, which just so happened to be exactly what we wanted, yeah. Now, our Emperor's Wrath tanks are the most powerful and the ones with the most health that we currently have access to. Now, they don't exactly specialize in ramming enemies, especially not mechanoids with their steel plating that they're made of, but they should be able to hold up under the pressure. And while the majority of the mechanoid forces are distracted by the tank, this would give our samurai an ample opportunity to pick off any stragglers. Luckily, none of them were killed or mangled all that bad, except for Jiraiya, who just so happened to take a scyther blade straight to the dome. He ended up losing his right ear and his right eye, so he is now in the one-eye club with Laz. Because of Jiraiya's injuries, I would send him and the others back home and bring down Phoebe with the Doomsday rocket launcher just in case. I would also send the Dreadnought Emperor's Wrath tank back and bring down Kira and Matsumara to finish off the remaining mech defenses before we would finally take out the toxic spewer itself. And with that, my friends, the mech cluster was no more. As a celebration of sorts, everyone decided to play a good bit of mahjong together in the recreation building. This, on top of the mood boost we already got from destroying a mech cluster, made everyone pretty darn happy. And I must say, I myself was pretty happy as well, as we had plenty of components, plasteel, and normal steel from the remnants of the mech cluster itself, which was absolutely divine, as we were going to be using some of those resources on a brand new production area, in this case an automaton construction table. Meaning, of course, that we'll be able to create our very own type of mechanoids. In a sense, they are a steampunk and or clockwork type of mech. For our very first, I decided to create a clockwork spider. This little mechanical marvel, as you might have guessed, is a large mechanical spider, but it also has a large clockwork turret built in as well, acting as a mobilized turret. Now, I could be missing something here, but it doesn't seem like the spider itself or these wind-up clockwork mechs can actually be assigned to an overseer. I know I don't currently have anyone that can actually be assigned any mechs or anything like that, as none of them have the chip in their brain or whatever, but even using dev mode, not to cheat, but just to check it out, it doesn't seem like that's a possibility. ability. It does roam around the village on its own though, making it something like a sentry bot, so that's pretty cool. Now I will say I love our village, but it could use a little bit of sprucing up around the place if you know what I'm saying, so I decided to do a little bit of research into cherry blossom tree sowing. Now I know we got the big cherry blossom tree for our shrine, but it is a shrine and that's why we're able to build that one, so we need the research. I had a good bit of resources left over that I had planned on using for more clockwork spiders, but then once I realized that we don't currently have a way to control them and there may not be a way, I decided to utilize those resources instead on some clockwork turrets that are closer inside the village where everyone's residential housing is. This way, if we have any enemies like the space mercenaries dropping in drop pods in the center of town, we'll at least be a little bit ready for them. By the time our turrets were finished, we had also finished up our research into cherry blossom tree sowing. And we could place as many of these beauties all around town as we liked, the hope being that these little beauties will help us combat the ugliness of our clockwork turrets as well as our steam pipes that are right out in the open. I'm also going to have Per begin working on some new steam tank parts as I'd like to replace the one that we had lost. During which time I also began planting plenty more cherry blossom trees all throughout the entire village. Which was all well and good, but I also had some construction projects in mind. In particular, I wanted to build an alchemy bench and an alchemy production area. For now it's quite small and just barely out of the way of our wind turbines, but if we need to, we can always expand on another side of the village later on. Alchemy seems to be quite an offshoot from steampunk culture, but it is going hand in hand with it, so I decided that we might try and make some of these items here. To begin, I wanted to make a jar of essence of fire. Now, the item description didn't really explain what this was, so I thought it might be some type of potion or something, so I decided to let Laz try it out. But I noticed he dropped his bow for it, and it seems to actually be some type of firebomb. Which, even given that we have a lot of ancient charge weapons that are pretty great, firebombs would very much come in handy. And because of that, I decided to make many more for many more of our samurai. I also decided to use some of our ink berries to try and make some essence of ink jars as well, just to give them a try out. Interestingly enough, the ink jars actually seem to be more akin to something like a grenade or something like that, though they actually also make a very large pile of ink on the ground, and using the flame essence together with them seems to create something of a burning tar effect, even if only for a short period of time. Mighty useful indeed, I'll say. We had also finally created enough parts to replace the altered comrade tank that we had lost when we raided the space mercenaries earlier. And in tribute of our first tank, we would also end up naming this one Yasukichi Mark II. Glad to have you back, old boy. But after some time had passed, I realized we were facing a bit of a problem around the village. Overpopulation, it would seem. Well, not really. We barely have that many people, but it does seem that we don't have enough housing for all of our samurai, so we would go ahead and work on some new residential housing for them. With the proper road systems and some culturally appropriate bedding, decorations, as well as even doors. And I really like these doors, so I decided to go ahead and start replacing them all throughout the village. And yes, indeed, I do think that they suit all of our buildings much better. Howdy, folks, and welcome back to the RimWorld Restart on Death series, where today, my friends, we are starting off with a little bit of research. We're going to be researching electronic components in the steampunk category, though. Reason being, this will help us access some new steam-based electronics, as you might have guessed, such as a steam turbine generator, which we can swap out our old wood-fired generators for. Now, for this type of research, we're only able to use our steam-powered research bench, so it will take a little bit longer than normal. Fear ye not, though, I have plenty of work in mind while we're waiting on that, such as a brand new building that will be specifically for art creation. Not only further increasing the wealth and beauty of our colony, but making our village a staple among the planetary villages. We want the other clans to look upon our beautiful bonsai trees and artworks with envy and jealousy. We would also have Per begin working on more clockwork body parts for some of our samurai. The first that we ended up making was an enteric apparatus. Now, essentially what this is a very crude type of clockwork bionic that will actually take the place of a stomach, ripping up and digesting food for the user. The second that we ended up creating was a tympanic apparatus, which essentially functions as a crude clockwork ear. The stomach that Per had created was actually for Per himself, as his had been destroyed in one of our recent skirmishes. This should allow him to eat food much more efficiently and thus making him much less slower during his day-to-day life, which is perfect for us since he's always doing so much crafting and smithing. However, this body part ended up giving him brazen rot, which appears to be some type of illness that affects those with clockwork implants. This is the first time we've encountered this illness, though it does say it can be prevented and cured with Chime Tonic, so that's something we'll be looking into. But before we look into that, we're going to be replacing Jiraiya's right ear, which he lost last episode, to a Scyther, along with his right eye with the Clockwork Bionic. We had also finally finished up our research into electronic components, allowing us to now build the steam-powered generators that I was discussing earlier, and thus we would replace our old wood-fired generators. A bit of a bonus because it cost less resources, and of course it fits our theme much better. Speaking of resources, we would have Phoebe begin cutting plenty of sapphire and ruby lenses, which we would need for a brand new production area, a chemistry table. Yet again in a very small building that of course we can expand later on if we feel the need to, but we're making this so that once we finish up research into a Chime Tonic, we'll actually be able to create these tonics and hopefully get Purr cured. Or at the very least make his disease a little bit more bearable. A little bit of time later and the Neanderthal leader from their tribe actually had a proposition for us. They've had some issues with the Red Clan attacking their caravans, and they said they would give us an orbital power beam targeter and a prestige recon helmet if we were to take on 2 massive raids from the Red Clan for them, so of course we accepted. It was a little bit of time after that we had finally recruited Retz, the impid that we had taken prisoner last episode, into our ranks. We sent him into the storage building and had him equip anything that he found useful, and shocking to no one, he ended up equipping a nice melee weapon along with a shield belt, which was perfect since he has quite the melee skill to go along with it. We also finally finished up our research into the Chime Tonic, so that way we can begin making those, although I did notice that it requires some ingredients we do not currently have. We would go ahead and temporarily begin growing some solar blossoms and frost berries in our small fields, that way we'll have the ingredients required for the tonic. Until then, Purr will just have to endure, I suppose. Luckily, as of right now, Purr is the only one who has contracted this illness, so let's hope it stays that way. With the upcoming raid, I thought it might be a good idea if we went ahead and began making some more automatons. Now, I only have enough resources at this time for 1 more, but it is a gargantuan clockwork bear. Now, when I built this big mechanical beast, I had hoped that our people would be able to ride him all throughout the village, but unfortunately, since he is technically a wind-up mech, that doesn't seem to be the case. Nevertheless, he is a 1-ton tanky piece of metal and gears that will roam throughout the village and protect it as he sees fit, which is better than nothing. Or at least I hope so, because it would seem that the raid has finally arrived, or at least the first one, that is, with what appear to be many more soldiers than we had anticipated. Well, that's not exactly true, as they did tell us the exact numbers. I guess I just didn't expect the army to be this large. Regardless, thanks to our fleet of steam tanks, I doubt we'll have any issue at all with this army. We do need to ensure that we stop them before they make it inside the village though, otherwise they may scatter and cause much damage. Luckily, I don't think that'll be too much of an issue. With them being in such large groups, it was quite easy to hit them with our cannons. Of course, those not in our direct line of fire we could also run over, but after a few cannon shots and a doomsday rocket launcher later, the army began to flee. Classic Red Clan move. Run away when the going gets tough, fleeing from the might of our samurai. 1 raid down, 1 more to go. Assuming that the next Red Clan army stays in a very dense, large group like that, we shouldn't have any trouble at all. Though it must be said that our steam tanks had suffered much damage from the raid, even though we had managed to be victorious without even taking a single scratch to any of our people themselves. It doesn't matter how thick the armor plating is, a few more direct hits on one of these tanks and there's a possibility it goes down. Looks like we're about to find out. Thankfully, the second group was approaching from the west, a much more open and clear view to fire at them. The only issue being this does also mean that they are much closer to being able to get into the village itself, and thus we wouldn't have enough time to line up enough proper shots, so we just kind of winged it and started running them over as best we could. And as their pathetic, helpless little bodies bounced off the side of our tanks, I think they realized that it might be a good time for them to leave. And with that, my friends, we have defeated a second Red Clan raid. And not only that, we've also gotten the items that the Neanderthals promised. How they got their hands on a power beam targeter and a recon helmet, I'll never know. But I'm not one to ask questions when I just get something as powerful as this and such a nice helmet, of course. I ended up giving the orbital targeter to Laz just in case he were to need it, since he is our golden boy here. I ended up giving the recon helmet to Sinju just before she ended up collapsing on the ground due to her wounds, but don't worry, she'll be fine. Because she is essentially our sniper, I thought it might be best to protect her old dome from any counter snipers. Now, before we began working on any projects around the village once more, I made it priority number 1 to ensure that we repaired all of our tanks in a timely manner. As you can imagine, if we were dealing with the Red Clan raids that we had just taken down without our tanks, we would have been absolutely toast, and that's why we need to ensure that we don't lose any more of them. Once that was finally completed though, I wanted to try to expand the village a bit more, but I didn't want it to look kind of stupid if we dug under the mountains and just had some wooden shacks under there, so I decided to actually start building some more residential housing in the southern part of the village where we're keeping our cows. This was interrupted though. Shit's really popping off this episode, eh? Looks like the Red Clan is back for some more, but this time around, not us. They're actually here for the mercenaries. Oddly enough, it would seem that one of the samurai of the Red Clan just so happens to be Brick's daughter, which is strange seeing how Brick fell from space. Well, that's something we'll have to ask him about later, and perhaps her, assuming she doesn't die in this battle. It would seem that the Red Clan may have them in numbers, but obviously not only do the space mercenaries have a technological advantage, it would seem that they actually have war caskets upon some of their soldiers. An interesting and powerful military technology that is far beyond anything our steampunk tech could create, I believe. Perhaps if we're lucky enough of the samurai, we'll be able to down one of those big bastards and we could salvage it from them, who knows. I'm not going to get my hopes up though, that's for sure. These absolute behemoths were incredible. They were like walking steam tanks, even walking challenges perhaps. It would seem that they have easily dispatched of the Red Clan army that was here, and they were no trouble for them at all, which doesn't really come as a shock, I suppose. While they were looting the bodies and killing what remained of their enemies, I thought this the perfect opportunity to try and exploit their vulnerability. We brought the tank fleet over and began testing them against these mercenaries and their power armor. Let's see how strong it really is. They were still much faster than us, unfortunately, but I had managed to ram one into a rock wall which crushed his head. We tried to run them out of the area, all except for one of them who we had hoped to maybe try to corner and down, that way we could extract their armor from them. Or perhaps at the very least we could try to recruit him, but he was proving quite difficult. Our tank was on fire and he had easily absorbed the pressure from the steam turret itself. The bastard was clever. We had lost our altered comrade tank once more, and thus we tried chasing him down again. It seemed the only way to stop him would be to run him over, but unfortunately he ended up getting away before we could even come close to hitting him. Laz had been severely injured as he was inside the altered comrade tank when it finally collapsed from all the fire. He was mostly suffering from some pretty severe burns, but as long as we tend to him now, he should be fine. Here's hoping for no infections. Now with all that chaos behind us, we can finally finish up the southern section of the village that we are creating, and with this addition we should have around about 5 or 6 new houses for any new members that we end up recruiting. And I was pretty happy with how it all turned out, though there is always room for improvement in the future. After about a day or so, we also finally had plenty of our solar blossoms and frost berries, and we'll begin making a frost and solar essence out of them. The two main ingredients for the chime tonic, as you can see here. We would go ahead and have Purr drink the tonic, and as you can see here, his illness appears to be cured, though I'm not sure if this is temporary or not. Though as long as it's keeping the illness at bay for now, that should give us enough time to make plenty more tonic for him. Since we lost our altered comrade tank, I decided to go ahead and replace it with a brand new tank, but this one is an indomitable tank. I had mentioned building one of these towards the end of last episode, as this tank's one and only specialty today is ramming, which appears to be something we do quite a lot of during battle. We have built this tank and we plan on using it to achieve more conquering of the space mercenaries, as we need more of their weapons and armor to help us. We're going to be traveling a good distance north to attack yet another of their settlements. But first, it looks like we're going to be dealing with an ambush. A great big old herd of mutated cows coming right for us. Though we should have been frightened given how many of them there are, I was just so excited to test out our brand new tank and its ramming capabilities. No better time to test out your technology and weapon capabilities than randomly, sporadically, in the moment out in the field, I suppose. The tank would easily hold up under the pressure, though I did end up forgetting to check the health and status of all of our components on it. I also forgot to repair it, but it should be fine. Nevertheless, we would continue making the long, treacherous journey north. Thankfully, we didn't experience any more hiccups like another ambush or anything of that sort, and we ended up arriving not too long thereafter. A fairly small-looking base is what we've arrived at, and it seems to possibly be some type of mining or resource extraction base from what I can tell. I'm not really sure. It was awful tiny with a lot of troops. Many of them once again having war caskets and wielding some pretty massive firepower. I expect that they're protecting something quite valuable here, and I look forward to finding out what it is and taking it. We had brought the tanks near the base, not too far away, just out of sight. Though I must say, I hope to not even have to use them, as we plan on using our orbital power beam targeter first and foremost. The hope is that we can cook those big bastards alive in their war caskets and not even have to lift a finger. It seems to be working quite well, as at least a couple of the war casket users ended up dying who took a direct hit from the beam. I suppose we'll have to use our tanks after all. Such a pity. A pity for our mercenary enemies here, but I decided to use our ramming tank to try to run over several of them, and it ended up getting destroyed, unfortunately. During the chaos, Purr ran right out in front of one of our other tanks and ended up dying. Then I also realized that Laz had been killed when the tank exploded. It would seem that when the tank was hit with a rocket, it completely shredded and tore off one of his arms, and he ended up bleeding out soon thereafter. This is what I get for playing fast and loose, I suppose. Though that was kind of the point, and I do suppose this was definitely inevitable. It's kind of why we're here, right? Still, though, I am a bit heartbroken, as I hope to not end this samurai, the steampunk samurai part of the series, so early. There was still much that I had hoped to do. Everything was going swimmingly. Our village had really developed into a booming little town. Well, I guess it's time to go, though. Laz would awaken in what appears to be a pool of his own blood, though I'm not exactly sure. He was wearing some interesting attire, though. Something tells me that there are no samurai on this planet. At the very least, I suppose we have plenty of resources to work with here. Not too bad of a start in what appears to possibly be maybe a temperate or boreal forest a bit north. A small planet with a very high water level, it would seem, and very little landmass. But also with many a brand new faction, it would seem, as well. Welp, I guess we'll have to make do with what we have here. It should be mentioned, though, that Laz still, of course, has his injuries. His nose is completely gone, but his right eye, left arm, and right leg have all been replaced with some appropriate prosthetics, based on some new mods that have been completely randomized. As a matter of fact, the entire mod list has been completely randomized now. It would also seem that Laz has basically lived an entirely different life on this planet, giving him a new set of skills, though his passions appear to be the same. His age has also stayed the same. When we began the series, he was 26, and now he's 29, with him living 3 years among the samurai. Not that he really remembers that, though. Slowly over time, it becomes more like a vague dream. I hope that they're alright, though, and that they prosper even without us. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be fair of me to not show you what happened after Laz died back in our steampunk samurai world, would it? Now that all the mercenaries were defeated, they would load up Purr and Laz's corpses back into the tanks and begin making the long journey back home, after also loading up all the weapons, resources, and armor that they could as well. Upon their arrival back home, after unloading all their supplies, many of the samurai would stay in the garage and try to repair our tanks as best they could, while meanwhile, Kono Yoshimaru would actually begin building a sarcophagus for Laz. Fitting that our leader would be buried in the same crypt that he had commissioned while still alive, of course. His sarcophagus was adorned and engraved with artwork of a beautiful cherry tree, perhaps to symbolize what they believed to be his blossoming into the next life. Little do they know just how right they are. His funeral ceremony would be held, and yet again, Kono Yoshimaru would actually be the one holding the proceedings. So it should come as no surprise that she was also chosen as the next leader when a vote was held among all of our samurai. She was one of the samurai who had been here the longest and also had both of her eyes and was also capable of violence, something that you would probably expect with a samurai. She would now be gifted a modified Neo-Samurai helmet from the mercenaries. Every good leader needs to look the part after all. I wish for her a long and prosperous reign as the new leader of Flowing Hills. I'm sure they'll all get along just fine without us, but I am still very sad to see them go. I had more plans for this series. I guess I could talk about those now. If this had continued in the Steampunk Samurai world here, I was thinking of adding the Empires mod and possibly even creating our own brand of Steampunk Samurai through those empires and basically just building our very own planetary government that we would take out the space mercenaries and have all the other clans either ally with us or bend the knee to us. That was the absolute long term if we were to survive, but I mean, like I mentioned, this is kind of to be expected. We're using steam technology and we're fighting spacer technology, right? With the mercenaries, the pirates, whatever you want to call them. They are much more advanced than us, and even using their own tech against them, we struggled many a time. As you could see, our steam tanks did do quite well, but I mean, you know, it's just expected that they would buckle under the pressure of a giant rocket launcher or a bunch of plasma shots at some point. I am still very proud of what we've done here, everything that we've built here. This village is probably one of my favorite little colonies that I've ever created. The defenses and stuff like that are kind of unique compared to what I normally build, but also kind of similar, of course. I've never even done anything in a samurai type culture with those kinds of mods and stuff like that, or steampunk really. So this was a bit of an experience for me, and it was all kind of new, and I think it was really fresh compared to the mods I normally use and stuff. So it's been a lot of fun. I also want to apologize real quick. I know I didn't really get to name anybody or anything like that. This episode is pre-recorded, so I'm trying to catch back up on videos where my power was out for a few days there, and thus I didn't get to name any more pawns or tanks or anything like that with the wonderful names that you guys are already providing or always providing, or really use any of the suggestions on the last video, as it hasn't even come out yet. It'll actually be coming out in a few hours, so I'm actually recording this on Friday. I wanted to talk about the new mod list and stuff like that, though. You may not find it in the video description on this video. It will most likely be in the next, when we actually experience the mods in that pack, and we also kind of, get going with the series once more in a new world. So if you don't find it right away, that's why. It'll be in the next video. But I love you guys. I hope you guys have enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. Goodbye. Hello, one and all. Welcome back to the it was the RimWorld Restart on Death series, but as we all know, last episode, Laz ended up dying. Although, even with Laz being dead, it seems that a few of you want me to continue this series, and a lot more of you seem to agree with that, and I personally agree as well. So, I suppose this is the RimWorld Steampunk Samurai series now. But to continue our story as Steampunk Samurai, we have much work to do, as per usual. Before we get into the nitty and gritty though, I do have a tortoise that ended up being self-tamed. A beautiful little critter that we would end up giving to Kono Yoshimaru as her pet. We'll consider it a gift from the universe to our new leader. Of course, this little tortoise is going to need a name though, so if you guys would like to provide that in the comment section, feel free to do so. And now the real work begins. We're going to be cutting down plenty of trees, of course, as wood is our primary resource for generators, campfires, yada yada yada, our tanks, you know, the whole 9 yards, but we're also going to be using it site for a new construction project. Last episode, we built a few steam turbine engines to produce power throughout the village, but as the village continues growing larger and larger towards the south here, we're going to need plenty more of these, so we actually built a generator room / turbine hut. However, that was quickly interrupted by a raid from the Linaug mech hive. And yes, you did hear me correctly, not a mech cluster, a real raid from them. So far, we've only dealt with the mech clusters. This is actually our very first actual raid from the mech hive itself, and it would appear that they've sent an entire army of Militors. With them in such close proximity, we didn't have enough time to get enough people into the tanks to ensure that they had a driver and a gunner. Not that the steam would have really done much to the mechs anyhow, so we ended up going out and ramming the absolute shit out of them. As you all well know, this is a favorite tactic of ours, and normally after running over tens of enemies, they'll start to flee. But that's never the case with the mech hive. We'll have to finish off every single last one of them. And I'm afraid that our tanks have already suffered heavy damage. We would immediately have to retreat back to the garage. Luckily, we did get all 4 of our tanks back to the garage before they ran out of fuel since they were leaking. The only problem being the Militors were not far behind, so many of our people were getting pinned down in the garage itself. Our samurai would do their best to try to alleviate the pressure from the others and to draw the attention of the Militors, as would our automatons, but unfortunately it was during the battle I realized our clockwork spider had been destroyed. They ripped its clockwork innards out and it bled to death from lack of oil. Perhaps though we can bring it back. The Militors' numbers were fleeting, though there were still many of them. Nevertheless, this battle was beginning to wind down to an end finally. If it weren't for the powerful charge blast from our rifles, as well as the thick armor plating on our tanks, I think we would be digging quite a few more holes already this episode. But luckily, we had ended this battle with the only casualties being the Militors themselves as well as our automaton. Given the sheer number of the Militors, I would say that that was more than an ideal outcome. Speaking of which, we wouldn't let them go to waste, of course. We would end up deconstructing as many of them as humanly possible for their rich steel resources. Fending off raids of that size, especially with mechanoids, is extremely difficult and extremely dangerous, but I really don't mind the precious metals. Now, at the end of last episode, I had actually told all of you what my plan would be if we had continued the series and Laz didn't die. Well, since we are continuing the series, I suppose we'll go through with that plan of raising a massive empire on the planet and taking out the mercenaries. But to go about founding an empire such as this, we're going to need money and lots of it. So we're actually loading up our tanks to go out and do a bit of trading with the Black Shogun clan. They are our closest ally and trade partner, with them being just north of the village. For the trade mission, we had brought a large variety of different types of resources and items. We brought plenty of bow and arrows, clubs, different types of weapons, of course. We also brought plenty of herbal medicine and many different types of leathers. So much, in fact, that we would actually have to trade with 2 separate settlements. However, as we were heading to the second Black Shogun clan settlement, we had a bit of an ambush. A Neanderthal gentleman stopped both of our tanks right in the middle of the road and demanded that we hand over our charge rifle. Well, he is a Neanderthal after all, dumb as rocks but brass balls. Without an ounce of fear, he approached both of our tanks and started trying to stab them with his little spear. This went how you would expect. Even after getting hit with 2 jets of pressurized steam, he was still trying to crawl away, so we decided that we would try to tend to his wounds. We could use a warrior such as this with big brass balls, but it does seem that he's unwaveringly loyal, so we'll have to enslave him. Nevertheless, he can do our plant work and feed our cows for us, and perhaps even our 2 new chickens that we would end up buying from the Black Shogun clan at the second settlement, where we would end up selling many more of our goods just before we began making the very long journey all the way back home. As Kona Yoshimaru and the others were making their way back home, though, we received notification that there was a massive space battle in orbit just above our village. As this was going on, many blasts were hitting the planet's surface in the nearby mountains, along with several ship chunks. Interestingly enough, though, there were also many transport pods that were hitting the ground as well, I suppose, trying to flee their ship as it was being torn apart. One of the crewmates that were trying to get away from the battle, though, was a young lad by the name of Hiroshi. He was just a boy, about 13 years of age. We couldn't just let him sit out there and die, so Jiraiya ran out into the heat of danger as ship chunks and blast were going everywhere and saved him. We began tending to his wounds, hoping that after we saved him like this, he also might be willing to join us so we could keep him here and keep him out of danger. But a little bit of a spoiler, that didn't end up happening. He did, however, tell us that it was the same mercenaries on the planet itself that had attacked their ship, only further proving our point that we cannot coexist with those bastards. There was nothing that we could do to try and even assist those that were in the ship in orbit though, as we only have hot air balloons. We'll never make it up there before it pops. So it is in their memory that we begin to deconstruct all of the parts from their ship, that we will utilize these resources to fight against the mercenaries themselves and further our goal and empire on the planet. That's the long dramatic way of saying they're all already dead, there's nothing we can do, so we're just gonna use this steel and components. Shortly thereafter, Kono Yoshimaru and the others have finally returned back with the prisoner Neanderthal as well as all our goods, but the Neanderthal wasn't too keen on staying, so we had to give him a swift beatdown. This little tussle happened right in front of our two new chickens, so because of their traumatizing experience with that, they were much more receptive to following us. Speaking of our chickens, we didn't have a proper place to keep them other than with our cows, so we quickly began working on a small but sturdy pen for them. A bit small but effective. We can always end up expanding it later on, and of course it should keep the predators out for the time being. Since our population is growing and we are further expanding our village down south in this other opening in between the mountains, of course, where the cow pen and the chicken pen is, I thought it would be a great idea for us to expand the tunnel that we're using to travel from the north part of the village into the south part. That way we have plenty of room when walking through. And since we're going to have residential areas down here as well, I thought it would be good to put in a proper road. That way we can ensure that there is effective maneuvering back and forth through their day-to-day operations. And it is because of that, and knowing that they're going to travel through the tunnel daily, I actually decided to put some slate walls in to try to hide the steam piping that's going to our steam generators, because these pipes actually have a -2 beauty, and then some of the slate columns and the lights and everything that we put in there, of course, has a much more beautiful stat, kind of counteracting that. Now then, as we continue to work on our little booming town here, and or what is becoming a little booming steampunk Japanese city of sorts, I wanted to talk more about the Empire mod in case somebody's not all that familiar with it, or in case you guys just need a bit of a refresher. Essentially, this mod will be able to pay some silver on the world map to have some different areas settled, and within those areas we'll actually be able to set up logging camps, mining sites, different things of that sort, and to make more money to bring back into the Empire. And with each of those settlements we can also create our own units, such as other samurai and yada yada. I think that kind of sums it up, and I just want to give a little refresher though, because we are going to be doing that in just a moment. But first, before we do that, we have a war merchant coming from the Black Shogun clan, which was exactly what we wanted, I might add, as doing a bit of trading with them would surely make us a good bit of silver that we would be able to spend on this new settlement that we're going to create. We ended up making just under 1,000 silver off this little parlay. Not to derail, but I wanted to throw this in because I ended up forgetting to mention it later on, but because I couldn't figure out how we could resurrect our little clockwork spider, I decided to put him in the crypt with all of our other fallen friends for now. I'm fairly certain there's a way to do it, I'm just not really sure how. Back to the Empire though, we can actually begin by choosing 2 separate traits for our Empire and the folks under it to follow. I ended up choosing for our first trait the Expansionist trait because our first settlement will be free, allowing us to spend money on other things, and the settlement starts at a level of 2, allowing us to build more construction projects and also have a larger military for it. For our second trait, I would choose the Feudal trait because it allows us once per season to request an experienced mercenary to join our colony at the main settlement, which will be incredibly crucial if we plan on taking out the space mercenaries. And with that, my friends, we will be able to settle our very first village. Now, our first village is going to need a lot of work, most of which I, of course, will be doing, but there is something that I need you guys to do for the village. It needs a name. I know how much you guys love to name things for us, and I would love to request your assistance in the matter. First things first, I ended up changing the icon color to a purple, something that would actually suit our clan. With that being finished, I would now begin to work on the actual construction projects of this village, such as a mine mines, as it is in quite the mountainous region, and that will be the main production. I would then begin assigning all of the workers to the mine, or as many as I could, because over-assigning them would actually cost us more than what it's worth until we get a few more projects completed. Currently, as it stands, we'll be making 150 silver every 4 or so days in taxes off of this settlement. Now, this is only our first settlement. There's not really much going on here except a little bit of mining, and thus why it is so low. Eventually, as we found more, we'll be able to make more money. There is also what is called the tithe. So essentially, instead of requesting our taxes in a monetary form, we could also instead request a different type of material, such as steel, or at least that is my understanding. I've yet to really use this feature, but I've been told about it. This will come in quite handy for us. As you well know, we need plenty of steel to build more steam tanks, and I still do plan on building quite the little fleet of them at some point. But with this, we'd also finally be able to create a military unit for the settlement, as well as all of our future settlements and the squads that will be protecting them. I did get a little bit out of hand with all the equipment that I was trying to give to the unit, and I had to cut back a little bit. This is also why I chose the traits that I did. Because our settlement is a level 2, we can actually afford a military unit that cost 1,000 silver, and the current one that you're looking at cost about 980. Now, you might ask what the significance is of these military units. Well, one big thing that we can do, as you can see here, is we can actually call in reinforcements to any point on the map. Once the reinforcements have arrived on the map, we do have some pretty loose control over them. The AI can be a little bit wonky at times, but we can move them and we can get them to attack and also leave, of course, once they're finished. This will also come in very handy for us once we have enough settlements with enough large militaries of their own, and we can request basically several different squads and armies of samurai to attack the space mercenary settlements along with us. I mean, it's very cool, and if you haven't seen it before, I did use this in the Gun Empire series as well, if you kind of want to see it on full display. Now then, we move on to plenty of work and construction projects in the southern section of our village where we've been expanding, but not only that, we've also been doing a lot of strip mining. As you can see, half of the damn mountain is gone by this point. Because the southern section of the base here is basically the mining area and an industrial district, I thought it would be perfect for us to go ahead and construct something of a resource depot. The depot itself is specifically going to be for stone blocks for the time being, with there being a large storage area for them and a smaller area where we will actually have 2 electric stone cutting benches. And we'll also be using the backyard of the depot for storage of stone chunks that will end up getting cut. Then we would move on underneath the mountains themselves, where we would actually build something of a mining camp for all of our samurai that end up becoming miners in our industrial district. Now, this type of residential area is obviously less than desirable, especially in comparison to the actual housing that we've been building for most of our members thus far. So I'm mostly going to use it as an overflow population area. Once we have too many people while we're waiting to build some actual housing for them, they'll be able to live here in the mines. I know it's not exactly pretty, but we do have all the amenities they may need, with some decorative incense, some nice rugs and lighting, areas to eat at, and of course we would also put in a shrine. That way they may worship and meditate as they please. We took some time and allowed our samurai to move things around, such as the stone chunks, the stone blocks, and everything like that, as these were some pretty hefty hauling duties for a good bit of time. Then we would begin utilizing many of those stone blocks to better our defenses in the southern section wall down here. We began building some new slate embrasures, wooden shields, wooden barricades of different types, as well as some steel bear traps. But the coup de grace down here, we ended up building 2 clockwork sniper turrets as well. All in all, I'm pretty proud of these defenses, especially given the small area we had to work with here. Now, by this point, we still had plenty of steel from smashing all the mechanoids earlier on in the video, and we were also melting down plenty of steel slag chunks from the massive space battle that happened in orbit and crashed right in our backyard. It was thanks to all those opportunities for the resources that we were able to begin working on parts for a brand new steam tank. A little bit of time later, and the leader of the Black Shogun clan had made a request to us. It would seem that they've been experimenting with some new types of technology that has equated in them getting 406 toxic waste packs, and they wanted to ship them here, and in exchange they would give us a Psylink neuroformer, so I accepted. The gargantuan pile of trash ended up arriving, and they also ended up making making good on their promise by sending the neuroformer itself as well, just as we had hoped. Now, you might be asking why I even care about a neuroformer, but I was hoping to give one to Laz before his tragic demise. Instead, we'll give it to Kona Yoshimaru, because truly the only thing better than steampunk samurai are steampunk samurai who can move things with their minds. As of right now, she can really only move a few boulders around, but who knows, maybe she could crush somebody with it. Besides, we already have a few shrines where she can meditate and try to upgrade her abilities. We would immediately begin spending several days moving the large waste pack pile around the mountain just in case we were to have a hive come from it. People normally always tell me that I should just try to freeze these waste packs, that way they don't explode and eventually cause some type of insectoid hive, and I think that's a really good idea, but I also really like the challenge, and I don't think our samurai have invented refrigeration yet. Something that they have invented, though, are some pretty basic and rudimentary forms of radio communication. Through our extensive research into steampunk and steam-powered technologies, we have figured out how to communicate with a radio tower as well as a console. The comms console here was a steam-powered one and served the exact same functionality as your normal comms console, of course. It'll most definitely come in handy if we were to need to hire some pirates, as you can see, or possibly request reinforcements from one of our nearby settlements that we end up founding, or even just communicate with our allies. Interestingly enough, after founding a form of communication, we ended up receiving a correspondence from our nearby village that we had settled about some illegal drug use. Local leadership is requesting our say-so in shutting down the drug trade, which of course we would end up doing. I have a feeling this may have something to do with the space mercenaries. We would also end up having the option to leave the drug trade up, that way we can actually have an increase to our taxes from the village, but we are people of morals. The taxes would be good for funding a war against the mercenaries, but we can't do anything if everyone's high all the time. And by this point we had also accumulated enough of our tank parts that we could finally finish up yet another deliverance tank. It goes quite nicely with our fleet, and it, as well as our Fuji deliverance tank, will be perfect for burning down any wooden structures. And of course, feel free to name it in the comments. Thinking about all those toxic waste packs also got me thinking about the time that we had an infestation under the mountains here in our mines, and how shitty that would be if we had a bunch of people living under there when it happened again, so I decided to wall it off. Because of course we can't totally eliminate or rule out the chance of yet another infestation happening under there in the mines, we can really only try to mitigate the damage that is caused by it, and this way they won't be running around all willy-nilly and we'll be able to funnel them through the middle here. It also gave the mines a more uniform look, I think. Our eggs for our chickens had finally hatched and we had plenty of baby chicks, which also means that we have plenty of protein. As per the usual, we began butchering all their poor little corpses. But now we can make a chicken pot pie, so potato, tomato. But as this episode comes to an end, I want to thank you all ever so much for watching, and I hope you all have enjoyed, and it sure seems like most of you are really enjoying this series, and thus why we are going to be continuing it even after Laz's tragic passing. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Steampunk Samurai series, baby. My friendos, I'm ever so glad to see you back here today. We're going to be starting off a little hot and heavy with some research. We're actually going to be researching standard plate armor, something that I thought we had quite a while ago, but apparently not. The reason being is because I've added a new mod that requires this research. We'll go ahead and get started on that, and I'll tell you a little bit more about the Monster Hunter armor. Unfortunately, I'm actually pretty unfamiliar with the Monster Hunter franchise and/or games, but I do believe that the armor seems somewhat Japanese-inspired, at least just a tiny bit, so that's why I've decided to add them, and I think that they would be absolutely perfect for some of our samurai. In the meantime, while we're researching this technology for this armor, we actually had a quest from the Black Shogun clan. They were requesting that we watch 2 of their prisoners for them for an extended period of time, and they would actually end up sending us some soldiers to help us out with this little process. The only issue was, of course, that 2 mech clusters would end up deploying at some point, and depending on who the prisoners warriors are, I have a feeling that their faction may end up trying to come for them. Nevertheless, though, we would accept in exchange for a rocket launcher and some other items. A few hours later, on the rainy evening, the soldiers had arrived as well as the prisoners. It would seem that these two prisoners happened to be part of the mercenaries. As tempted as I was to just kill them now and take their precious armor, I suppose we'll try to hold out and finish this quest for them. They do have a disease, so they'll stay bedridden, so we shouldn't have to worry about killing them though. The leader of the Black Shogun clan though had made good on their promise and sent me 12 of their finest warriors. We shouldn't have any negative effects if any of them die under our command, so you might as well call them cannon fodder. I mean, we're not going to intentionally try to get them killed or anything like that, but you better believe that we're not going to risk our own necks when we have theirs to risk. Now, because we weren't expecting such a large increase in our population so suddenly, even if it is going to be temporary, I decided to begin building some more tents in our little mining camp here. That way we have a place for everyone to sleep. A vast majority of them would end up having some more cozy beds though in the southern section of the village. Almost like an entire village that we have created solely for guests at this point. Anyhow though, we had finally finished up our research into plate armor and we would now begin working on the monster hunter armor, but we're being interrupted it would seem. An infestation, but not around our large pile of waste packs, unfortunately. No, it happens to be right in our mining camp. I would gather all of our troops, Black Clan, and our own to fight this massive bug threat. The number of insectoids far exceeding our own. We would begin using some explosive weapons from the get-go, but this ended up causing us to have to retreat due to the fact that the explosive weaponry took a while for us to aim and charge. So we quickly rushed out of the mouth of the mines, being chased by a large army of bugs. They swiftly followed us through the village as we were trying to make our way to the northern section through the tunnel. We were doing pretty good though. The only issue we were really experiencing right now was the fact that all of our samurai had been separated, but we had managed to get them back into a large group, essentially creating a giant firing squad that we could kill all the bugs with whenever they came across us. And it was thanks to this large firing squad that we had created that we were able to begin pushing our way back towards the mines and ultimately back into the mines, where we would then begin attacking the hives themselves, and where we would eventually eradicate the last remaining insectoid hive, leaving nothing behind but their delicious jelly. Now, I'm not going to pretend that that was easy, but luckily not too many of our members actually had injuries. The majority of the injuries were kind of spread across the Black Clan samurai that they had sent to us. Just as I had said earlier, they kind of ended up getting put on the front line. But now finally, with that massive distraction out of the way, we could finish up our monster hunter armor. This particular pair used up the last remaining remnants of our plasteel, and thus because it is such good armor, I am going to be giving it to Kona Yoshimaru, for she is the only one fit to wear this glorious armor into the heat of battle. For it is in the honor of our fallen that we adorn this armor and that we lead. May their spirits guide us ever further. Now, keeping with the spirit of making armor, we began using up a lot of zinc and tin to make some new types of armor that we could sell, and just as well we also began making more bonsai tree pots, all of which once again we plan on selling. We're actually going to be sending out a caravan to do a bit of trading with the Black Shogun clan once more. But because we had traded with them at the end of last episode, we're actually going to have to travel a little bit further to some more settlements that we hadn't traded with so recently, because the others don't have as much silver. Now, you may be wondering why I want so much silver so fast. Well, my friends, we are going to be making plenty of improvements to the village that we settled last episode, such as increasing the amount of workers. Now, this doesn't cost any silver, but we're going to be upgrading the settlement itself, which does cost silver. And after it is upgraded, we'll also be able to add in more buildings, as well as increase the military size, which is also going to cost us a little bit as well. To offset this though, increasing the amount of workers that we have in the mines at the village also increases our tax yield. As you can see, I think previously we were getting 800 something silver every so many days, and now it's actually over 1,000. Because of our newfound fortune through taxes, I also thought it might be a good idea for us to go ahead and settle yet another village, which is also going to cost us some money, but will also begin making us more, as we can see with our first. The whole idea here is to basically set up an empire on the planet where we're going to get plenty of money, and we can also request a large tithe of different types of resources. And of course, last but not least, we'll also be able to make these large militaries at these villages that will be able to call upon when we get raided or when we end up raiding. Now, after the second village was settled, we would still need some money to go about building some logging camps there. Luckily for us, our trade caravan had arrived back home with plenty of silver for us to reinvest into the new village. The reason that we're going to make this second village a logging camp instead of a mining town like we did with our first village is because there's not really any hills or mountains around it, and it's mostly just forest and farmland. So we have to maximize our profits and prosperity as best we can. Since we're kind of focusing on revenue right now, I didn't really do much for a few days, and I waited on a trade caravan. Eventually, we would have a caravan come from the Blue Shogun clan. Now, I will say there was a little bit of animosity between the Black clan samurai that we had here helping us guard the prisoners and the Blue clan, as the two of them are actually at war. Now, not to sound like we have an overinflated ego or that we're exaggerating our own strength, but I like to think that both parties knew better than to try to fight, at least not on our watch, that is. Nevertheless, though, we ended up doing some trading with the clan. We mostly sold them many of our farm animals, such as our baby calves that had grown up, and we didn't really need them anymore unless we were going to slaughter them, so better we make some money off of them, I feel. Now, because structures and upgrades to the new villages that we're settling can take quite a while, I mostly just sat back for a while and watched day-to-day operations, as well as increased our farming productivity, because with the new population, it was a little bit harder to feed everyone. We also did some more smithing and art and the other usual stuff that we're always doing, of course, nothing too special. Oddly enough, though, we ended up receiving notification that a space entity of unimaginable size has covered a local star, causing an extremely long eclipse that could last anywhere between a season to several years. Good God, and we thought that this planet was frightening. Many of the planet's clans, though, are not exactly up to par with their knowledge of space travel and any entities in space, and thus they think it is supernatural, which will also cause them to go to war more often. Even more strange is that one of our local village leaders had told us about an item stash nearby. There's apparently a ruby dragon priest mask. Whether or not this is somehow connected to the massive entity in space, I don't know, but I would like to have that mask either to wear or to sell, and it appears to be stashed in the mountains not too far away from flowing hills, so we decided to send out a caravan. Just a few of our samurai in the old dreadnought tank, you know, just in case something goes awry. Hey, speaking of which, it looks like the space mercenaries are taking this opportunity of the darkness to try and creep up on us. It also appears that a handful of them are wearing war caskets, so this should be fun. I began bringing all of our samurai, Black clan, and our own clan to the front lines. The enemies were far too close for us to try to make a rush for our tanks right away. The only option we would have to go about doing that is to have the Black clan samurai to distract them while we made our way there, but unfortunately a massive rocket would impede my plans a bit. Reds had fallen during battle but had yet to be killed. My hope was that we might be able to make it to him if we can somehow get to our garage. We were completely outmatched. Many of our turrets fell very quickly, as well as our allies. It was at this point I realized what the mercenaries were truly doing here. They were coming for the prisoners. Our allied samurai would attempt to hold them off for as long as they could. And thank God finally we had managed to reach our tanks. And with our fleet of metallic mayhem, we would be able to change the direction of this battle totally. Even in their gigantic war caskets, the bastards would stand little chance against us. We immediately tried to rush to the gates where Retz was to try and save his life, as well as take out the remaining mercenaries. We had managed to pin them down inside our walls, and the cowards began to try to flee and run away. Funny how the tables turned. We were no longer stuck inside the village with them, they were stuck in here with us. We would try to kill as many as we could as they were running away, but we would also try to save Retz as well. Don't worry, buddy, we're coming for you. We just have a few more bugs to squash. Now that the vast majority of our enemies have fled the area or have died, it was a good time for us to jump out and start tending to Retz's wounds. Luckily, it seems he's mostly suffered a bunch of cracks to his bones and a lot of burns. It doesn't sound good, but at least he's not bleeding to death, otherwise he probably would have already died. We also had plenty of mercenaries with some decent skill sets who we could actually tend to their wounds and then take them prisoner, of course, to recruit them. Now, most of their wounds were arrow wounds or possibly charge blaster wounds, so we would stuff as much sand as we could into them. them. Many of our allies from the Black Clan had performed their duties well on this day, sacrificing their lives so those prisoners wouldn't fall back into the hands of the mercenaries, saving many of our lives in the process, I might add. Out of all of the mercenaries that had attacked us, only 2 of them managed to survive and were also able to be taken prisoner, or at least were worth our time taking them prisoner. The others can rot for all we care. We had also managed to save a few of our allied samurai, but about 3 or so, and that was about it. All the others had perished. Those who were still unlucky enough to be alive in our village would be stripped of their splendid armor, and then we would quickly finish them off. This has truly been a devastating battle for our entire village. Not only our village, but our empire, truly. All in all, though, even as bad as it was, none of our samurai ended up dying, and I suppose that is to be celebrated. Still, though, we do have a few other minor issues, one of which being the fact that Aoshiro actually has an infection in her left shoulder. I think she'll be just fine, but if not, we can always cut it off. Kona Yoshimaru has a pretty good medical skill by this point, so we should be able to take care of it either way. But I also have some bad news. The mech cluster that was supposed to drop nearby after we took on the prisoners finally dropped, right after we took on the very large raid of mercenaries. Among their ranks were some clockwork spiders, which I was trying to run over and or kill any way I could, but I began to realize that for whatever reason, these clockwork spiders weren't actually attacking us, and they were simply hauling wood and bodies all over the map. Not really sure why. I don't really care though, as I was much more concerned with the very large mech cluster, and thus I would bring our tanks down. Their shields would protect them from our cannons, meaning that if we want to take them out, we'll have to get up close and personal instead. I was doing the best that I could here to try and hit them with our steam cannons as well as our normal cannons, and also running them over as best I could as well, but there were just so damn many of these mechanoids. At one point, our tanks were very damaged, and I decided to try to flee the area. With our defenses shot back at the base, I thought maybe there could be a chance where we could try to bring the tanks inside our walls, turn them around, and start firing our cannons back at the mechs as they were coming towards the base. However, as we were attempting to flee the area and make our way back to the base, one of our tanks, our original, was being completely demolished, and eventually we would end up losing it in the heat of battle, causing the occupants, Bree and Brick, to have to flee on foot as they were being chased by scythers, but luckily our tank Fuji was able to stop the scythers. Well, for now, that is. The scythers had also managed to bog down our dreadnought tank. We quickly tried to mount a rescue mission to get Hakua out of the tank and get him into the deliverance tank and get him back to the base, during which time yet another of our tanks would completely fail and fall apart as Jiraiya lay on the ground as he was the operator. He was completely surrounded by mechs, and there was no possible way for us to try to rescue him, so we would have to try to come back for him later after defeating the mechs. I hope to God he can last out there for that long on his own, because saying that we're on the back foot in this battle is an understatement to say the least. As we pulled our deliverance tank back into the garage, Kona Yoshimaru got out to try and shut the garage doors very quickly to keep the scythers out, which didn't exactly work. The scythers then began chasing Hakuo, who would end up firing a large explosive blast, which also ended up costing her life. Some of our allied samurai would attempt to come to our rescue as well, but were easily defeated by the mechanoids, as many of them, although they were under-equipped to fight mechanoids already, were also very injured. Bree and Brick were already back at the base. As Bree was operating a cannon to try and fire at the mechanoids, I would have Brick begin making his way throughout the town, cutting through the streets of the village between all the buildings just to try to get to the garage where we could begin tending to Kona Yoshimaru before she bled to death. Most of our other samurai that were still alive were currently in the hospital healing up from their injuries from the battle with the mercenaries, so hopefully they stay safe, though I didn't exactly have all that much hope as the mechanoids were rampaging throughout the village still. Despite the major infection in her left arm, Aoshiro would manage to come down to our communications bench and try to call for aid from our allies. We were going to try to attempt to request reinforcements from the Blue Clan, as the Black Clan wouldn't send us any more than they already had to try and protect these prisoners, and also we're not technically allied with them currently. Unfortunately though, it wouldn't matter either way, as the Blue Clan put it. They stated they didn't have transport pods or anything that could get their troops here very fast due to their technological limitations, and thus we were all on our own. I had considered calling in aid from our 2 villages that we had recently founded, but with the lack of military equipment that we currently have for those villages, I would say that they would just simply be cannon fodder, and it would really just take my attention away from our current samurai that need help. There was a lot going on, and as you can see, if I were to take my attention away from someone like our Clockwork Bear for even a moment, we could end up losing them. We'll just need to try to defeat these mechanoids on our own, and if we can't, we will damn sure die trying. Don't you dare count us out just yet. We don't roll over so easy. We didn't make it this far by surrendering. This village and its people are founded on determination. It doesn't matter how many tanks we lose or how many of our samurai fall, as long as there is still one of us to stand. At the end of the day, we have hope. Even as the light and the shine in our eyes and in our souls begins to fade, we will never stop trying to rekindle that flame to make it burn ever so much brighter. We may not have reinforcements from our allies, but we do have reinforcements coming from our hospital. Rets, as well as some of the Black Clan samurai, have equipped some of their charge weapons from storage, and they began making a mighty push towards the garage where Brick and Kono Yoshimaru had been pinned down for a few hours, rescuing them from that defensive nightmare. Brick would then join in with the others on making a final stand in the village. One final push to try and rid ourselves of these mechanical monsters. They did begin a mighty push back against us though, splitting up Rets and Brick once more. Rets began a retreat back into the garage with his back against the wall the entire time. Brick, on the other hand, would begin making his way back through the village and ultimately into the prison, where he had a splendid idea. You see, the mercenaries' armor here that these prisoners were wearing was much stronger than what Brick currently had equipped, and thus he would strip them and began putting it on. This much more powerful, upgraded armor, coupled with the fact that somehow Brick hadn't even had a scratch on him from the entire battle, gave me hope. Finally, with their combined efforts attacking a centipede together, Rets and Brick had finally stopped this invasion. And finally, after many hours of devastating, difficult combat in this pouring rain, we were victorious. And Rets, Brick, and Aoshiro were all heroes of legendary status in my opinion. Personally, I kind of thought that this was going to be the end. Truth be told, and as you can see from all the damage and just chaos that we've experienced, I don't think at the time that I really quite grasped just how close this series came to ending during this mechanoid invasion. It is my belief that we were a few mistakes away from our village being completely destroyed, and our only samurai that would be remaining were those who were out traveling. But even so, with the many that are still alive, we ended up losing Jiraiya, as well as poor Hakuo, I'm afraid. We will be sure to give them both funerals that are fit for such honorable warriors of their status, for their sacrifices allow us to continue on. With the mechanoids finally defeated, the only thing left for us to do was to take the prisoners out to the Black Clan members who were awaiting their arrival. Our payment would follow suit shortly thereafter. I don't know if it was worth losing all our people for some gold, a bionic, and a charge rocket launcher. Actually, I do, and it wasn't, but we knew the risk that we were taking when we decided to accept the quest and the prisoners. Our caravan had finally arrived at the item stash, but I do plan on saving that for next episode, as I feel like this episode has been pretty action-packed and also just packed with a lot of stuff going on. Howdy friends, welcome back to the RimWorld Steampunk Samurai series, where, my friends, currently we have a very large mess to clean up. As I'm sure you remember, at the end of last episode, we had a gigantic invasion by mechanoids right after being invaded by space mercenaries that had already crippled our defenses as well as our samurai, and thus we got destroyed. The vast majority of our samurai, as well as our samurai allies from the Black Shogun clan, are currently healing up in the hospital, including Kono Yoshimaru herself. But as you also may remember, not all of our samurai were quite as lucky as she, and they didn't quite make it through the intense battle. Last episode we had lost Jiraiya and Hakuo, and thus we will now be building their sarcophagi to bury them. them in. In our crypt, of course, as this is the most respectable place alongside our other fallen warriors. As is our tradition, we would also engrave artwork on both of their burial sites. Jiraiya's sarcophagus would be engraved with him taking down one of his foes from a few years ago, but he was quite distressed and also very reluctant to do so, possibly hinting at his more kind nature. The artwork on Hakuo's sarcophagus was a bit more depressing, as it was actually a representation of his murder and death. A much different way of seeing the battle that night from his perspective. Even the toughest of warriors can feel very lonely in their last moments. With our friends finally put to rest though, it was time that we handle a very pressing issue. Our caravan has finally arrived at the item stash with the Ruby Dragon Priest mask that we believe may be associated with the large creature blocking out the sun. Slowly and cautiously, we would have our tank begin maneuvering between these small hills as we approach the item stash itself. There seemed to be some type of ancient soldier guarding the complex, though they weren't actually part of any faction, especially not the space mercenaries, which was the most puzzling part as their armor was just as advanced. Enough contemplating though, as they're blasting our tank. And they seem to be pretty impervious to our blast damage, probably for the best if we try to run them over. Thankfully, the tank only managed to incapacitate her, so Zatachi can go about tending to her wounds, while Atsui and Senju go in towards the mask. It didn't seem all that special, just a normal mask. We simply picked it up and began walking outside, but I did realize that the sun was beginning to come back out. Perhaps the two events truly were connected, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. I suppose time will tell. Meanwhile, back home, everyone was finally back up on their feet, and they were beginning to try to repair our tanks as best they could. For you see, my friends, we still have a mech cluster that we need to deal with. Sure, the majority of the mechanoids have been destroyed, but they do have mech assemblers there, as well as a psychic droner, which is going to be a problem. Before we deal with that, though, we have a few other matters to attend to, like the fact that our slave, Brim, was actually killed during the battle with the mechanoids as well, something that I hadn't noticed, and I actually feel pretty bad about. Less that he died, as he died an honorable death, but more about that I completely forgot. So to make it up to him, even in his death, as well as to give him a proper honorable burial, we actually ended up burying him in our crypt with the others. The art that was engraved on his sarcophagus was pretty abstract, a circle surrounded by squares with some other artistic details. Perhaps though he was the only slave among us all who fought as bravely as any other warrior being the circle, and all of our samurai being the squares, I'm not really sure though. And as if the Dragon Priest mask couldn't get any stranger, we ended up having a large meteorite that fell just on the outside of our village walls. This meteorite just so happened to be completely made up of a dense composite of rubies, the same material that the mask is made of, if I'm correct. And I am. Weird? Sure, but they are rubies nonetheless, and we need those for our turrets, so we'll mine it. While we're waiting on our caravan and our other tank to arrive back home though, we would now bide our time and try to heal up all of our wounds as best we could and begin repairing the tanks and defenses that we do currently have back home. While we were doing that, we were also scrounging up enough silver to have some settlers go out and settle 2 brand new villages for us under our clan. Now these did cost us a pretty penny to settle, but the majority of the cost actually was funded by the taxes that we've been receiving thus far. Now these 2 new villages don't really have any mountains, or at least not enough for us to make any little mining towns out of them, so we're actually going to begin making some logging camps as well as some hunting and trapping camps. That way we can try to sell all of the logs and lumber as well as the furs that we give. Speaking of villages, I've been asking you guys for some names for some of them, and I haven't gotten all that many name suggestions for the villages themselves, but we did get one for our very first village that we settled, and we are going to be naming it Lazarus Rivet. And since our clan has been expanding ever more, I've decided to actually give it a proper name that is befitting an actual clan, and we're going to be known as the Lazarian Shogunate. And finally, we have a wonderful name for our tortoise that is going to be Kuzinbo. All of these splendid names have been suggested by our friends Michael-P7X6Y, TJ Dice Rules 7651, and Seamus Finnegan 1164, so thank you all three for these wonderful names. The name for the village, Lazarus Rivet, being in reference to a rivet in the road, and of course in honor of Lazarus himself, and the name of the shogunate being the Lazarian Shogunate, a mix of our previous faction name with the shogunate, of course, since we are a proper clan now. And finally, Kuzimbo the turtle's name is actually the king of Kapas, I believe is how you pronounce it. They appear to be a water spirit based on what I can find online. All of these some extremely wonderful names, so thank you all once again. Some time later, and our caravan had also finally returned home with our ruby dragon mask, a few weapons, as well as our prisoner. Izumi here was quite the fighter, as you can see with her melee and shooting capabilities, and she also had a burning passion for intellectual work and medical. So we'll go ahead and begin trying to recruit her, as she'll be a wonderful addition to the clan. Now then though, finally with everyone back home and our tanks ready, it's time for us to add the last nail to the coffin of this mech cluster. We had some visitors in the area who were currently catching their attention, or at least their turret's attention for the time being, which gave us an ample opportunity to sneak up in the night. Using our two tanks to spearhead this little invasion, we would quickly put a final stop to the cluster. Not gonna lie, I kind of expected that to be a lot more difficult than it actually was, but after defeating the mech cluster, we began trying to haul a lot of different things that needed to be hauled, as well as just trying to get organized before we really got back on our feet. It was during this period of organization that Aoshiro had formed a relationship with Retz. Realistically, a bittersweet moment. I was happy that Aoshiro had managed to find some type of relationship. Given her race, I realized that this is important for a psychic bond and whatnot, and that they are some of the greatest lovers in the universe, but I was sad to see that she had already found someone so soon after Jiraiya. During this time though, we were also smashing as many mechs as we possibly could for their sweet metallic resources. Since they tried to kill us, it's only fair that we use their internal components to rebuild our society. One of our first structures that we would end up repairing and rebuilding was our recreation hall with our mahjong tables. Now this may not seem like the best place to start, but without our recreation, everyone's going to be quite bored and quite pissed off. Shortly thereafter, we also managed to recruit Rusty and enslaved Kron. Just to refresh your memory, both of them were space mercenaries that had attacked us last episode. Now, with their help, they can assist us with rebuilding our village. First and foremost, rebuilding our research laboratory with our steampunk research bench and our normal research bench as well. And of course, the additional filing cabinets to help us speed up our research. Using some of our steel and components alongside with many of the tank parts from our destroyed tanks, we would end up building yet another Emperor's Wrath tank. The first step in completely rebuilding our fleet. And luckily for me, we just so happen to already have a name picked out. We're going to be naming this tank Laz's Vengeance. This wonderful name suggestion comes from our good friend CT-Clone, who actually said that this name would be for another Altered Comrade tank, but unfortunately, I'm not sure when the next time we're going to build one is, and thus why I've given the name to an Emperor's Wrath tank. I hope that's alright. Something that is definitely not alright is that Retz ended up proposing to Aoshiro, and she ended up rejecting his proposal. He was so devastated by this that the two of them have now broken up. If you don't like my opinion on the situation, I think because Aoshiro is a high mate, basically due to her race and genetics, she has to have some type of mate, but she still hasn't quite gotten over Jiraiya. He was her one true love, and no one will ever be able to take that spot, and thus she was not ready for such a commitment. Again, just my opinion after some speculation. Now then, with the recent expansions of our empire, we're making quite a bit of silver in taxes. Now, I would like to use these taxes to put back into the empire to expand it further by settling two brand new villages, both of which would end up being settled in forest and rainforest, and thus they too will be logging camps, and thus earning us quite a bit of taxes once more. They should easily pay themselves off after a few months. We did also have a war merchant coming from the Black Shogun clan though, and thus we would end up selling them plenty of weapons and armor, which would also help us pay off our debt for settling these new villages much faster. It was merely a drop in the bucket, but every little bit counts, of course. Now then, while we're waiting on them to build their logging camps and deforestation camps, as well well as pay their taxes, I thought it might be a good idea for us to go ahead and begin upgrading our defenses. First, we're going to be starting off with the western walls and entrance. Using slate blocks, we would end up expanding and doubling up on our walls, adding in 2 more clockwork turrets, as well as utilizing much of our steel to go about making bear traps instead of wooden spike traps. As we were working on our defenses, we finally ended up having Izumi join us. As an ancient soldier of this planet, not only do we hope to have her help us protect her new home here and the clan as a whole, but of course we hope to learn more about her and her story and what this planet was like back when her or her faction roamed it freely. Now, after smashing up all those mechanoids, we had plenty of steel, and I mean plenty, but we also had a good bit of plasteel as well, so I thought it would be appropriate to have Rets begin making some armor. In particular, a brand new plasteel Daimo helmet, as well as some plasteel shoulder pauldrons. And the bearer of this brand new armor would be none other than Brick, gifted to him by Kona Yoshimaru herself. As many of you pointed out, rightfully so, last episode, Brick was a damn hero, and he should be treated as such with some type of promotion or reward. He has now been given the title and rank of Daimyo. Apparently this is some type of landlord or powerful figure in Japanese history. I'm not too super familiar with it, but Brick is now one. This also felt like a good time to change Brick's name to Renga, which, as our friend Defcon1 puts it, is Brick but simply in Japanese, and I like that. A fitting name for our fitting hero. Rets really pulled his weight as well, so eventually we're going to give him a promotion or a reward too. But until we find a suitable reward, for now we're going to be focusing on other matters like researching sake brewing. Sake is not only a great way for our samurai to enjoy themselves, but it would also be a great way to make a little bit of money. So we have Rusty working on that research right away, but speaking of Rusty, it would appear that he is dependent on Psychite and we don't have any nearby. We do of course though have a nice field to plant some psychoid leaves in, and thus that's immediately one we would also begin working on as he is doing his research. That way we can make him some Psychite tea in the near future to keep him from dying. We would also end up building a very small brewing building, I suppose you could call it, more of a fermenting shed, and we threw our fermenting barrels in. Then I realized that we actually needed some specific ones for sake, so we built those instead. We began making the liquid that would need to ferment to become sake, but I realized that we need to be below a certain temperature. I didn't realize that sake had to be made in the cold like this, so looks like we'll be waiting until winter. But that's assuming we make it to winter, as we quite literally right now have the largest raid of Neanderthals coming to try to kill us that we have ever seen. This appeared to be an actual army of Neanderthal warriors. We wasted absolutely no time rushing to our defensive embrasures as well as our tanks, getting them out onto the battlefield and into position as soon as we could. But even then, the army was already upon us. Many of their warriors were creeping up on our defenses. Using the frontal cannons on our tanks though, we were able to stop them in their tracks. With such a dense group of tribal warriors all packed together like this, it was extremely easy, one might even say child's play, to run them all over. And realistically, at the end of the day, it only came down to what was tougher, our armor plating on the tanks or Neanderthal skulls, and it was actually quite close, believe it or not. But in the end, we had ran over so damn many of them that the remaining group decided to try to flee, which was quite surprising as well, because this group was very large still yet. There was one in particular who showed quite a bit of promise, so we decided to begin tending to his wounds and we would end up taking him prisoner. As for the others, we would strip them of the gear that they currently had, and we ended up slaughtering them. Yeah. The one that we hadn't decided to murder though ended up having a very good melee and plant skill with a burning passion in both. He was a slow learner though, but we can work with that. His resistance wasn't all that high, so I would expect him to join us before too long. Now, I'm never going to say that I'm glad we had a massive raid, because if I did, then I would also be saying that I'm glad we got raided with the mercenaries and the mechanoids last episode, which damn near took us out. But in this particular raid, we ended up getting a lot of very simple weapons. Weapons that still cost money though. And thus, because of that, we could load all these little weapons up into our tank and begin to head out to do a bit of trading, so we might be able to make a pretty penny on them. And by traveling to the Black Clan and selling them a bunch of weapons weapons, not only are we making a good bit of money off of these weapons, but we are also strengthening our ties with them as well as giving them weapons that will just make them stronger in general. It's quite literally a win-win-win-win-win situation. Now, the money that we're making from selling clubs and spears was nothing too spectacular, but added on to the amount of taxes that we had already been getting thus far, we would be able to settle many more villages. This time around, we ended up settling about 3 new villages, all of which are going to be hunting and logging villages, and that will be our primary export, it seems. We would also take a moment to go ahead and build a little steel shelf in our communications building for the Ruby Dragon Priest mask, as I didn't currently really have anywhere else to put it. I think I would maybe like to display it in some type of palace if we ever get one built. Shortly thereafter, though, we ended up recruiting Oxcall, the Neanderthal that I was discussing a few moments ago, into our ranks. Naturally, we sent him into the warehouse to go ahead and equip some appropriate weapons and armor. I don't know if any of you have noticed, but I've been beginning to notice that most of our samurai clan is made up of Impids, Neanderthals, and humans, while most other clans seems to simply be humans. We're very diverse here. I will say, even though Oxcall looks pretty good in his new attire and with a new weapon, but he is missing a left leg, arm, his stomach, and his nose, making him very susceptible to death if we don't get some of these replaced. So I think next episode we're going to try to focus on making some clockwork and steamwork bionics, but as for now, this episode we are going to be focusing on conquering. Currently, right now, we're going to be attempting to capture 3 total villages, 2 of which are owned by the Impids, and 1 of them being owned by the Red Clan just south of our base. Just in case you're still a bit confused on this process and or this feature, this is part of the Empire mod, where we actually use our army at one of our villages to attack one of their villages. And as you can see, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, as we managed to capture the Red Clan village, but not the Impid villages. We went ahead and began building up some logging camps and deforestation camps in the one that we did actually capture, and then I got a little bit impatient and I would try attacking the 2 Impid villages once more. The success of our attacks normally depend on the size of the militaries that we're sending to try to capture these villages, and because ours are still quite small and basically a newborn nation, they're quite weak as well, and thus why we ended up not being able to capture these villages once more. Even without these 2, though, that we were attempting to capture with the one we did, as well as the new ones that we've recently settled, we managed to get our tax collection up to just over 8,000. But I'm afraid we don't let things go that easy, and we are a little bit stubborn, so thus we've decided to send out a manual party with our tanks to try and take over. Upon our arrival, though, this was an incredibly small village. I really couldn't believe that we had struggled to take it over this much, but I suppose when our military is maybe 1 or 2 weak samurai, it kinda makes sense. This place appeared to be something of a shrine, though. Perhaps some type of religious holy site for the Impids, but in the middle near their shrine, I noticed that there was yet another Dragon Priest mask. Strange, but really all that changes is we'll try not to hit it with our tank cannons. We immediately began opening up an absolute barrage of hellfire from our cannons, blowing off legs and crushing sternums. With Impids being so resistant to fire, it's a good thing that we had boiling hot water to peel the flesh from their bones instead. Some of their more brave and or foolish warriors, of course, would try to get up close and personal with our tanks, which was an awful move on their part. Eventually, they would begin trying to flee the area, but of course, we would try to stop as many as we could. Well, with that, the battle was finally over, and we were finally victorious. We would then take the Dragon Priest mask and start getting the hell out of Dodge. Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to salvage the village as it had completely burnt down from all the Impid fire and cannon blast. But after finally returning home, we had been able to bring back plenty of food and resources, as well as many different types of weapons, so it wasn't a complete loss, and we did get rid of the village at the very least. I noticed noticed that we had brought back a very unusual looking red sword that was known as a Muram Asa. It is apparently an adachi with an eerie red blade said to have been stained with the blood of all the lives that it has taken. It is also fabled to be a demonic blade with supernatural thirst for blood. Well, okay. Since Rets basically looks like a demon being an impid, I thought it would be the perfect sword for him, and especially since he has already earned some type of reward, this just seemed fitting. Accompanied with the fact that such a legendary and fabled weapon should probably be wielded by someone who is an expert at melee. And before I forgot, we would also expand out our steel shelf and put the Jade Dragon Priest mask right next to our ruby one. We're really starting quite the collection of these, aren't we? Not exactly sure what they're good for other than some paperweights that look pretty, but perhaps they have a deeper meaning. Nonetheless though, we also decided to begin working on our defenses once more, this time in the northern section at the northern entrance and walls, once again just doubling up on our slate walls using our blocks that we've been cutting along with our slate embrasures. We also ended up building plenty of bear traps and natural pathing, that way we could try to get rid of any frustrating vegetation that's getting in the way. A good bit of time later and we had collected quite a few tax payments. Using this money we would actually settle 2 more brand new villages near where the previous Impede tribe actually was that we had destroyed, of course. I waited for the coast to be a bit clear and the area to be a bit safer before doing so, that way we didn't have any issues. Now currently these 2 new villages of course are extremely small, very low populations, and thus not that many workers or buildings like logging camps or mines or anything like that, and even so though we're getting close to almost 10,000 silver per tax round, which is really good. In the future, these payments will only stand to help us further expand our empire even larger, but also speed up the expansion of the empire in general. We have created our very own Shogun Empire, the Lazarian Shogunate, of course. We have some very big plans on the very near horizon. With an empire like this forming, the possibilities are damn near limitless. Once we actually begin upgrading the sizes of these villages and thus upgrading the sizes of their militaries, it'll be extremely easy for us to start taking over many other types of enemy settlements, whether it be the Space Mercenaries, the Impids, or the Red Clan. Now, the mercenaries themselves with their advanced technology are most likely going to be the hardest of them all to try to take over, but if we could maybe try to overwhelm them with sheer numbers, I definitely think it's something we could do, let alone if we could manage to maybe unite the blue and black clans to assist us in this endeavor. I think we could do it for sure. That very well could be asking a little bit too much from those clans though, but we shall see in the future, I suppose. Let me know if you guys have any suggestions for maybe ways we could try to unite them, or if you have any ideas in general what would make this process a bit easier for taking over the planet. And of course, if you have any name suggestions for our people, our samurai, our animals, or any of our tanks or anything like that, or any mods, be sure to leave that in the comment section as always. But I love you guys, I hope you've enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hello one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Steampunk Samurai series. My friends, I am ever so glad to see you back here today, because we have some very big plans, and I know I say that quite often, but today I truly mean big plans. But before we kick off our plans for world domination, yes, you heard me correctly, we need to do some smaller repairs to some of our buildings. Because I also have some construction plans in mind, and we need to try to refurbish our stone cutting depot here, which we would indeed end up doing and organizing our slate blocks quite nicely. A bulk goods trader from the Blue Clan had ended up arriving, and we ended up doing some trading with him, mostly trading off much of the leathers that we had acquired as well as a little bit of armor. I wish they would have been willing to have bought our slate blocks, as we would have made a fortune, but that's okay. Every little drop into the bucket counts and will help us on our journey. Speaking of which, it's time that we finally begin to kick things off. We're going to be utilizing the militaries of our villages to go out and begin attacking the Impid villages nearby. Since we actually have more more villages under our clan and thus our empire, we actually have many more soldiers, and thus our chances of taking over the Impid villages and capturing them are much higher than before. Thus, we ended up taking 6 new ones. For each village that we take, we'd end up building some type of quarry, a logging camp, a hunting site, whatever corresponded to that town best. I'm not going to dwell on it for too long as I feel that this is quite boring, but just know that I'm doing this for each one. As our new villages under our empire are building their appropriate work sites and what have you, I thought it might be best for us to begin making some upgrades to our main village, our capital city of Flowing Hills. I began doubling up on some slate walls in the northern section above the current walls that we actually have, and I would also go through and begin digging out a very large tunnel just south of these new walls. That way any raiders that we have coming into this area won't bother trying to come through our walls, and thus they'll try to go around them. Unless, of course, those raiders happen to be sappers and are prepared to dig through our walls, at which point we're going to have a battle right in the heart of our city, but that's something we'll deal with if it happens. With all of our new villages, I would also be going through and setting up their designated militaries with their squads, just some basically equipped troops, if you will. I also wanted to mention that, as it is something that we'll be focusing on later as well. And it's also quite important because these squads of soldiers are the same samurai that are going to be going out and attacking more and more Impid villages. Once again, this time around, we ended up capturing 6 more of these small settlements from the Impids. Now, a few of these times that I'm doing this, it's also failing because the Impids are actually fighting off some of our advances into their villages, which is pretty important as well. But while our soldiers and armies are preparing themselves for yet another invasion, I'm sure, we actually received word from a local blacksmith in our kingdom. The smith actually claims to be struck with a great inspiration for a weapon that he'd like to make for us, and says that he is quite skilled, but he needs some funding. Since we have quite a bit in taxes, I decided to give him 2,000 silver. Here's hoping he doesn't let us down. We would once again begin focusing on doing some mining and some construction in the northern part of Flowing Hills here though, and I do apologize for all the back and forth between the world map and the actual village here. The reason I have to do that is because our militaries have a cooldown timer, and thus I can't just send them all at once. I have to give it time in between, and that's why we're going back and forth so much. But as you can see, we're actually working on a grand palace in this section of the village. Sticking with our current themes and construction materials, we are once again building this structure out of fine wooden walls, only the best for Kona Yoshimaru and all of our people, of course. However, it does seem that construction will need to be halted for a brief moment as we have the largest Impid raid yet. Now, what are they doing here? If I had to hamper a guess, I would say that this is because we've been taking over their entire nation and forcing them into labor camps in their own villages. Ugh, whatever. Luckily for us, all of this aggressive expansion that we've been doing has left us with a very large military, but the problem is our squads for each military is still quite small, meaning we only have 1 samurai per city in most cases. So in other words, though they are trying their best, they're more of a distraction and cannon fodder. For now, that is. Lucky for them, though, we weren't exactly relying on their help all that much, and we would immediately begin bringing out our large steam tanks to do a little bit of rolling and, murdering? I've said it once, and I'll say it again, boiling hot steam still puts out fire. Quite a shame for the Impids, as it is their primary natural weapon. And regardless of what the conspiracy theorist would have you believe, Impid flames cannot melt steel plates, if you know what I'm saying. But as our tanks were taking on the brunt of the attacking force, our samurai within the city would have to begin clearing out some of the stragglers that made their way in. The last thing that we need is for them to cough and burn the entire damn place down on us. Many of them had destroyed our garage doors and were attempting to take cover in there, but we had stopped them in their tracks. Our samurai would begin using our own garage for this exact same purpose, and as we did that, our tanks finished off a few remaining Impids, causing them to flee the area. In case you were quite curious what it looked like when our armies ended up attacking these Impid villages, it's about the exact same thing that you just saw, but we are the attacking force. Thanks to the icy, frosty snows of winter, we wouldn't end up having a gigantic forest fire. We kind of already did, but the snow ended up putting it out, at least, I should say. A few days after the battle had concluded, we had a delivery from the blacksmith that we sent our 2,000 silver to, and he made us an excellent brass sword. I think he may have pocketed most of that money. Nevertheless, I suppose we have to use it now. We would utilize this time to go about trying to clean up many of the bodies and the weapons and everything that we had from the raid, as well as doing some deconstruction projects for some resources, but also to make some room and what have you for our new palace and the new section of the village that we've been working on. It was also during this time that Kono Yoshimaru would also request the aid of many other villages in trying to take over some more of these impede settlements. Now, we only ended up taking over 3 because most of our reinforcements came from all of our villages, and thus we didn't really have any military to utilize at the time. Even with these small additions added on though, with the rest that we have been capturing, by this point we are over 20,000 silver in taxes, which is absolutely amazing. I wanted to take some time to expend this money and put it back into our militaries. That way, since we are becoming a very militaristic empire, essentially, it's only going to help us in the long run, and I ended up coming up with this loadout for our troops. Finally, some proper samurai attire and armor, along with a clockwork weapon, the same type that we actually use in our clockwork turrets. Now, I do want to try to get these soldiers some steamwork exoskeletons or clockwork exoskeletons, but they are quite expensive. Back in the village, we're working on the palace once more, putting in the wooden flooring, and it would be pretty barren for now and very open on the inside, but we were also working on the pathing and trying to beautify that, as well as building a large sculpture. This new artwork is going to be in the pathway leading up to the palace itself and is actually dedicated to Laz, our first leader, because without him, none of this would have been possible at all. Now, the first person I saw comment about this idea to build a statue or a sculpture for Laz was our friend Yuya Plays 9311. In particular, it was mentioned that we should build a statue of Laz, which I thought was a really great idea and is actually better than the artwork that we ended up making, but unfortunately the mod to do so is outdated, and when I end up trying to use it, it seems to cause issues with reinstalling things around the map, so I can't really use that, and this will have to suffice. We would then actually begin working on some of the skeleton of the palace itself on the inside, with us starting off with a bedroom for Kono Yoshimaru. In terms of its beauty, it's most definitely the best bedroom that we've built in the entire village, though it could use some improvements, I'll say for sure, like some taxidermy. You cut off a lynx head and throw it up on the wall and this baby's all set. As of right now, it's only somewhat impressive, though like I mentioned, very beautiful. We need to try to upgrade the wealth and everything of it as well, as we want this palace to be the talk of the planet at some point. We also ended up finally beginning to brew some sake. I think I mentioned last episode that the temperatures weren't correct and we'd actually have to wait for winter, but for some reason the game was giving me the temperatures in Celsius and had negatives with them, and I thought it was Fahrenheit, yada yada. Anyways, we are now brewing it properly. Once again though, we would end up taking over more and more of these enemy villages. This time around, not only Impid, but also from our Red Clan members as well, with most of them being the Impid villages. But I know what you're probably asking yourself, Rat Knight, you're taking over all these villages, but what are you doing with the Impids, the people that are living there? Well... Okay, before you start calling us bad and accurate names, you should know that these labor camps are only if they're not willing to join our samurai armies as conscripts, so, fair? Now, you probably could have guessed this, but taking in these conscripts of people that we've just raided their homes, their villages, and taking them as part of our empire and killed many of their friends and family ends up making the entire loyalty of our empire a little bit lower, just a tiny bit. Who would have guessed? We can fix this by building brothels and things of that sort, but if things get a little bit too hairy, we may be able to hire some pirates to squash any rebellions that we have, or also to help us in any more conquest endeavors. But for the time being, I think we'll continue just trying to focus on some improvements around the village in between our conquest of the entire planet, of course. As for the moment, I'm going to be building some automated garage doors. Now, these are technically electrical and function off electrical components, but if you use your imagination, we could say they're pneumatic. But for the cream de la crop, we are also going to be building two brand new Emperor's Wrath tanks. These will be replacing the two that we have previously lost in our fleet in the last few episodes. And of course, if you guys have any wonderful names for them, and I'm sure you do, be sure to leave those in the comments section and I'll take a look at them. We also began making some very crucial and necessary upgrades to our palace itself. We would end up adding in something something of a throne room with some decorations to go along with it and some proper seating, and on the outside we would actually end up adding 2 large cherry blossom trees that also function as shrines where people can meditate. The throne that we ended up creating was made of brass, even though it does have a nice golden look to it, of course. Now, I'm not sure that a brass throne really fits with the theme of the Japanese style in the feudal Japan style that we're going with, but it does fit the steampunk samurai style, I think, pretty nicely. And of course, it is quite vital as we're going to be dishing out our orders for this gigantic war against the Impids in the Red Clan and the mercenaries from this area. Speaking of which, we have more places to conquer. This was quickly amounting to a global conquest that, quite frankly, I had never accomplished before with any other prior series to this one. But we're not even close to being through. In the meantime, as we are awaiting our militaries to cool down, regroup, and be prepared to attack once more, we would have Rets begin working on some clockwork bionics. These bionics were for Oxkull, and we ended up doing an enteric apparatus to replace his destroyed stomach along with a clockwork leg to try and help him move around. Now, the surgeries themselves were actually a cakewalk, but unfortunately he would end up getting brazen rot from the operations, and thus we would have to make him some more chime tonic. Not that that was anything too difficult for us to accomplish, and besides, it's well worth it. It was also due to this operation I had the bright idea to go ahead and create a much larger hospital that was much better in basically every way, but also was just much better equipped than the previous one as well. Since we have a larger population, it only makes sense that we would have more beds in case people get injured. As for the old hospital, I decided to refurbish it into something of a laboratory with our alchemy table. The perfect place to be creating some tonics and essence flasks. And because that building is no longer a hospital, I thought it might be a little bit too noisy for our calligraphy tables, so I decided to put those out front with the walkway near the palace. A place that is much more peaceful and tranquil. And then finally, with our militaries in their proper locations ready to attack, at a moment's notice we truly began conquering, and I really mean that. Essentially, we began taking over so many Impid and Red Clan settlements, as well as maybe a handful of space mercenary settlements that I didn't even bother attempting to count them. We had so many, dare I say, far too many. As you can see when clicking on them, it doesn't even give us an exact number, and when looking at one side of the planet and trying to choose, it won't actually click on all of our settlements because we are that spread out across the entire globe. Setting up the logging, mining, or hunting camps for all of these is going to be a gigantic pain in the ass, and thus I'm not going to bore you with that at all. I'm just going to do it off screen. Which I know I mentioned earlier in the video, but I just wanted to mention it again because this is really going to suck. As you can see though, for a comparison, when clicking on the Impid tribal settlements, they have not even maybe a fraction of what we have, maybe about a third if I had to guess. We have come an extremely long way, my friends, from being a little rinky-dink village with 2 or 3 samurai in it to an entire global army and just empire. It's insane. But we're not done yet this episode, as I want to send us off with a bang. We're sending out Renga and Rets in one of our tanks, in particular Lazarus Revenge, as I feel that it is the most fitting for the job. I had hoped to send them out to try and finish off one of the last remaining large Impid villages in the area so we can have a giant battle and clash, but the Impid's forces are so dwindled by this point. Really the only faction like that around is the Red Clan, or the mercenaries, but I'm gonna go with the Red Clan this time. It will take us a few days to get there though, so in the meantime we're going to continue improving our capital. In particular, we are going to be rebuilding our art station and the building that it was within, as well as our bridges around the small ponds within our village. That way we can maneuver around quite easily once more. We were also replacing and repairing many of our residential buildings that were damaged when the mechanoids had invaded us. We didn't really need them up until this point because of so many people dying. We were also doing some fairly insignificant trading with our Black Clan allies, and I say insignificant because this amount of money really isn't anything to us at this point with the amount of taxes we're getting, but it was still nice. And of course, it improved relations. Speaking of which, we began working on plenty of different types of sculptures and bonsai pot plants and different types of artworks. I think everyone is going to want to be our friends once they see our beautiful throne room in our gorgeous palace. Or maybe not, because they're going to think we're genocidal maniacs, but they better stay on our good side. Genocidal maniacs who just so happen happen to have a gorgeous palace. There we go, tied it all together, didn't I? Rats and Ringa had finally arrived at the Red Clan base that we had sent them out to. It seems to be a large swampy village with many a wooden bridge as well as many a wooden structure. But given the climate here with all the rain, even if we had a deliverance tank, I don't think we'd be able to burn it all down, unfortunately. Nevertheless, I don't really plan on using our current tank that we brought with us all that much anyhow. Now you might be asking, Rat Daddy, how do you plan on taking on an entire Red Clan settlement all by yourself with one singular tank that you don't even plan on using all that much? Well, my friends, long gone are the days where we are required to bring our own troops, as we can now request our armies in the surrounding areas to join us. I know I already showcased this earlier on in the video when we took on the large raid of Impids, but this time around we actually have troops who are much better equipped, and we have much larger armies, meaning we can basically call in endless supplies of troops if need be. With their superior armor and superior weaponry such as their clockwork rifles, our samurai will do much better in this battle than the Red Clan could have ever guessed. Even so, with the first few waves of our allies coming in, the Red Clan did have the advantage of numbers on their side, easily overpowering one samurai with 2 or 3 of their own. And because of that, it would seem that we're going to have to get our hands a bit dirtier than I had hoped with our tank, but that's alright, I don't really mind, I suppose. So as more and more of our reinforcements began to pour upon the battlefield, we began utilizing the tank to try and run over our enemies as well as shoot them with our steam turret, as you well know, as we always do. I will say in locations like this that are a thick forest, the dense vegetation makes it extremely hard to go about killing our enemies, as we can't run over these trees all the time or large chunks that may be lying out in the forest. But eventually, with enough work and enough time, we had managed to kill enough of them that the others were beginning to flee and the base had been completely eradicated. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Now technically we could have captured this base as we have been doing with all the others, but given its close proximity to many more, I don't really see much of a point in it. So unfortunately, this settlement, along with those who were in it and leading it, would end up having to be destroyed. Speaking of their leadership, they had a gentleman here leading them by the name of the Foolish, a very fitting name given the circumstances and the outcome of this battle. Prepare yourself for an honorable death, my friend. You've earned it. Given all the invading that we've done towards the Impids this episode, I find it quite ironic that our Impid samurai Rats would be the one to finish off the remaining Red Clan leader. But truly, it isn't anything against the Impids. We've never had any prejudice or anything against them in this series at least, and it's more of just the fact that they are our enemies and they are a blight to this planet, the clan that is hostile and aggressive with everyone else. Hello everyone, and welcome back, my good friends. I'm ever so glad to see you back here once again today for our RimWorld Steampunk Samurai series. What is going to be, unfortunately, the last episode in this series. But fret ye not, my friends, for I have a lot planned, an action-packed episode. To get us started, the leader of the Black Clan has contacted us and is letting us know about one of their friends who were injured on the road, not too far from our base. Given the fact that we and the other 2 clans are constantly at war with everyone across the globe, it would seem they don't have enough manpower to spare to save them, so we're going to be doing the saving, and in exchange they will join us. This was completely fine by me, as we had Ringa and Rets on their way back home already in the tank, so we'll just make a quick pit stop right before we get back to Flowing Hills. However, this will take a little while, and in the meantime, we've been focusing so much on taking out all of our enemies across the planet, it would seem that our livestock has become a little overpopulated. It seems that it is time for us to begin culling our flock. I suppose we're going to be having a nice chicken feast this evening in our palace. Splendid, as we'll need to be on a full tummy as we continue planning out this worldwide war against all the mercenaries, damn dirty Impids, and the Red Clan. I must say though that as we continue to try and conquer more and more of our enemies' villages and settlements, it seems that our efforts are coming back less fruitful battle each time, I suppose you could say. I believe that this is due to an issue of us just having a gigantic military with a lack of equipment, so I want to try to focus on better equipping our troops right from the get-go. And that is exactly why we're going to begin going down the Tesla tech tree, allowing us to create many different types of weapons. Now, the types that I would like to create, technically we could already make, but they're not based around the Steampunk tech tree, and thus I think it's only fair that we finish this first before we do so. But while we're working on that research, our caravan had finally arrived in the area that Sivan had been injured in. As we approached, we didn't notice any threat at all. Obviously, though, she was very much injured, and so we would immediately begin tending to her wounds to ensure that she doesn't bleed out. After we get her patched up, we'll see if she'd like to join us. But it looks like we're being attacked. I would guess these are the same bastards who attacked Sivan in the first place. We'll get her tucked into the tank right away and try to get the hell out of here. Now, we do technically have a tank, so we might be able to win this, but it is still very injured from our fight with the Red Clan, and many of these impids are heavily armed. Some of them even wielding demon blades. A blade like that could cut through the armor of the tank quite easily, I'm afraid. I found it best for us not to chance this alone, and we would immediately leave the area and begin heading all the way back home. Besides, we couldn't afford to lose another tank. We'll need to have our fleet as strong as possible for the battles that are to come. As this war continues to rage on, at some point we're going to have to get our tanks out of the garage and get our hands dirty. Some odd hours later, in the dead of night, we ended up arriving back home, everyone safe and sound, including Sivan, who did indeed happily join us. I went ahead and sent her into our storage room that is now, as you can see, chock full of silver, of course, but to have her go ahead and equip some proper weapons and armor. Much more befitting of a samurai under the Lazarian shogunate. As I had touched on there briefly, we have a lot of silver. Around our attack spot here, we quite literally have a mountain of silver that is just lying out on the ground. Kona Yoshimaru actually ended up throwing a party in our old feasting hall where we cook our meals to celebrate all of our newfound riches and just how glorious our empire truly is now. Which is all well and good, don't get me wrong, but we need a proper facility to store all of this silver in. So we quickly threw together what I'm going to be calling a tax house. Somewhere where we basically just store all of the taxes that we're getting. It's not exactly a bank or a vault as it's made of wood, although there's not really anyone within the village who could end up stealing it. Simple yet efficient. Just as our humongous conquering of our enemies across the entire planet. I'm sure you're probably getting tired of me saying that by this point, and I don't really blame you. It's a very tedious process. But I must say that we have basically almost wiped out all of the impids, and we're taking over probably about 75 to 80% of the Red Clan by this point as well. I do also realize that this can be quite boring as well, as pointed out by our friend King Burger 8056, who makes a really good point about the Empire mod not letting us see the battles that are taking place. It's essentially just me clicking on enemy settlements constantly, choosing to capture them, and then we wait about a day or two to see if it actually ends up happening. Since the last thing I want to do is bore you all to tears, and since the Empire mod doesn't actually have a way for us to watch these battles or to take part in them, I decided to take it upon myself to individually and manually do this. So I'll be showing you a few of those battles and what they're like. And you'll also notice that our troops are wearing their proper purple armor, just as they should be. I've taken the liberty to go about painting it. To begin, we'll be seeing what most battles are like for our brave soldiers against the impid villages. As should be obvious, fires are a regular occurrence when battling impids. Even at the cost of burning down their own villages, they will light everything ablaze, often resulting in tremendous amounts of burn wounds for our samurai. Though these tribal soldiers tend to be quite under-equipped compared to our samurai, this flame breath really gives them quite the edge during battles. If not for our armies using steam tank technology, we very well would be experiencing much higher casualties than we already are. Though most impid villages tend to be relatively small, and steam tanks are normally only used for the larger ones with much larger populations. This helps us out extraordinarily with keeping the death toll and injuries of our own soldiers to a minimum while inflicting many casualties to to the Impids themselves. But the Impids are not the only ones who know how to put up one hell of a fight. The Red Clan also can hold their own quite well. Given the status and the cultures of our two clans, fights with the Red Clan were much more ceremonial and honorable compared to with the Impids. Often large groups of samurai from our two factions would meet in nearby areas to have their battle, making famous many a random forest and field. Because they're on the back foot in this war, often the Red Clan would attempt to lead us to areas such as Poison Forest where they thought that they may have an advantage. But thanks to our superior technology, we would be able to stand away from their camps and the battlefields in many occasions and begin firing at them from afar with our Steampunk rifles, more often than not completely winning us the day. However, one final foe was not so easy. The mercenaries fought with no honor at all, even less so than the Impids, shockingly, and because of their much more superior armor and weaponry, we were constantly struggling to try to defeat any of their settlements. One singular mercenary with a charged weapon could easily take on several of our samurai at a time. This was an issue that we couldn't easily fix with sheer numbers alone, and an issue that wasn't going away anytime soon. But unfortunately, this is what happens when we fight the mercenaries more often than not. Devastating bloodbaths. We were basically sending our samurai in to be cannon fodder in these types of situations. And thus, why, if you have a keen eye when we're capturing settlements on the world map, you'll notice that very few of those settlements are ever the mercenaries. But we need to find a solution to this problem because it is putting out the flames of our war as we speak. We can take as many Impids and Red Clan settlements as we like, but our whole goal to end this series is to take out the mercenaries. And as long as they hold dominance over the entire planet, that is never going to happen. So, it's time for some upgrades. Immediately we began upgrading our settlements, first and foremost the largest ones that we could, that way we could also increase their military power and capability. The next thing that we would end up upgrading are our soldiers. Now, we're basically just creating a brand new soldier class that's going to have the heavy monster hunter version of the armor, and thanks to us completing our Tesla Tech research, we'll be able to reverse engineer ancient charge firearm technology that the mercenaries have been using and provide to this new soldier class. All of this coming together to make quite the formidable samurai warrior. With these powerful fighters under our arsenal, we should have a much easier time at taking over mercenary settlements and towns. Though, as you'll be able to see, we are doing a bit better with taking them over. It's not exactly perfect, as they're still putting up one hell of a fight, and we are still currently struggling to take over the majority of these settlements. It's all coming together though, one step at a time. It's important to remember that these samurai are pretty expensive for us to actually employ and to put them on the battlefield, while the mercenaries have this type of weaponry and armor at all times. Even so, as you can see, with all of our valiant efforts so far though, we have a dark blue sea of our villages across the planet. Something to be very proud of, I'll say. Interestingly enough, I think our shogunate and clan is actually the largest faction on the planet, though I would say it's probably a close tie-in with the blue clan or the black clan, as they're quite large as well. But definitely not the Impids for sure, definitely not the Red Clan, and the Space Mercenaries aren't too far behind us, but we're not really concerned with their size, more of just their power. Nevertheless though, with our improved militaries and their size, along with the improved weapons and armor of many of our new troops, we shouldn't have too much of an issue taking over from the mercenaries. But of course, yapping about it isn't going to entertain us at all, now is it? Let's see what's going on for real. Thanks to the major improvements to our equipment and our soldiers in general, the tides were beginning to turn. The battles were still quite bloody, bleak, and desolate, of course, as the mercenaries are tough as nails, but we were at least able to really hold our own now. With our new rifles that were reverse engineered from the ancient charge weapons, this was becoming a cakewalk. At least for the riflemen, that is. Perhaps one of our greatest assets, though, was friendship. And though yes, I realize that is extremely corny to say, I do indeed mean it in a very serious way. As you can see, with our allies reinforcing us, we were a true force to be reckoned with. Funny enough, it was quite easy to do, seeing how we all hate the mercenaries, and with our allies' help, it was easy to defeat them. We would go town to town, village to village, finishing off these filthy swine once and for all. We've united the clans, and together we are unstoppable. Now you may be asking yourself, Rat Daddy, how in the name of God did you get the black and blue clans to stop hating each other long enough to assist you? Well, it was quite easy actually. You see, all I had to do was promise the black clan that they could take up all of the remaining impied villages and settlements, and the blue clan could take up the remaining red clan settlements as well. It only seemed fair, seeing how we've taken so many from both of those factions ourselves anyway. And with that, not only is peace on the horizon, but total world domination as well. And the coalition of shogunates stands strong, governing the entire planet. Please hold your applause for the end. Thank me later, as we have more to do. To begin, we must complete our fleet of steam tanks by building yet another Emperor's Wrath tank in our garage. This beautiful addition to our fleet shall be known as Shogun Pride. And I felt that it would be a good time to go ahead and name the other two tanks that we built last episode, with our next being Steamroller. And for our third tank, we have the very fitting name of Impid Destroyer. These splendid names come from our splendid friends Vascono Valles 2509, Helen Holiday 7760, and Dominic Van Ort. I'd like to thank you all ever so much for the name suggestions, as I love them. Now then, moving on to a new little project that we've been working on since probably the very beginning of this damn series, Steamwork Bionics. Finally, we have Retz's skills up to the appropriate numbers that we can actually make some steampunk bionics instead of clockwork. We began making several neural apparatuses, and after that we finally were able to make some steampunk legs and arms. We would begin working on Kona Yoshimaru's bionics along with Oxskull, who would end up getting a new leg and arm, while the procedure for Kona Yoshimaru ended up failing, but she still has her clockwork leg. We immediately began tending to her to ensure that she didn't bleed out on the operating table. Sure, it does suck that we wasted a leg and all that time making a leg, but it's fine. With the surgery going quite well for Oxskull though, we ended up installing a left leg for him as well, so he should be moving around much better and also manipulating things quite well as well. Even better than the arm and leg that he was actually born with. As you can see, his moving and manipulation is higher than 100%, only by about 12%, but still. Now that he's up and moving around, we're going to be sending out the entire village along with our entire fleet of steam tanks. The space mercenaries have lost a lot of ground on the planet, but before we totally annihilate them, there is a large stronghold not too far away from Flowing Hills that we must deal with. Once this remaining stronghold falls in the area, the others should follow suit. As we approach the area with the sun setting in the sky, you can tell even from a distance that the mercenaries have been reduced to a shell of their former selves. Even so, however, they should not be underestimated. They are still incredibly dangerous, and this base is absolutely crawling with them. We thought it would be best if we kept our distance and began trying to bombard the town with cannon fire. Initially, these strikes were basically doing nothing except getting the attention of the mercenaries, causing them to come out of the town to try and attack us, where we could then begin firing upon them. As they approached our fleet of tanks, we began to separate and scatter into every direction that we could, just trying to get away from them, of course. And it was at this point, as this was going on, that our reinforcements, our allies, had arrived. As I'm sure you could imagine, they were more than eager to assist us with this plague, this cancer that has been on our planet for far too long. I believe earlier on in the video I had made some type of comment about not being able to do this with sheer numbers alone, but in this particular case, for this particular settlement, sheer numbers is quite literally what it took to defeat them. We had multitudes of samurai from each clan wielding katana, yari, even clubs and knives in some cases, beating down mercenaries wearing war caskets. It was truly a gorgeous sight to behold. behold something amazing, like a miracle. The power of teamwork and allies, I'll tell you. And perhaps one of the best parts is we hardly had to lift a finger at all. Occasionally, sure, we were running people over with our tanks or shooting at them or something like that, but the black and blue clans basically handled the entire fight. Eventually, late into the night, after many hours of fighting them off, we were beginning to chase the mercenaries out of their own stronghold, taking it for ourselves. Of course, though, we would allow the black and blue clans to have their right to pillage what they wanted and to take any goods or weapons or riches, anything that they found here, and we would split it all amongst ourselves, of course. Kona Yoshimaru would enter the stronghold and begin looking for some of these items, one of which being some type of white dragon priest mask. No doubt connected to the others, I'm sure. Best we take it with us. Interestingly enough, it would seem that there were plenty of riches here as well for us to take, along with many weapons. These would be perfect to distribute among our soldiers, giving them an edge in battle, or at least what's left of the battle. For the war of this planet is not yet over, and we could take every leg up that we can get. But in the meantime, we are going to be heading all the way back home to Flowing Hills. Thanks to the support of our allies, we made it all the way back home without losing a single one of our samurai or even a single one of our tanks, though they were damaged quite a bit during the battle. After returning to the palace, we were sure to put our new mask on display with the others. Perhaps we need to do a bit of testing with these. It's hard to say what type of secrets they hold within. But my friends, I do indeed believe that this is where the road ends for us here in the Steampunk Samurai series. We have accomplished a lot, and I do mean indeed a lot. We are still currently at war, taking over the settlements across the entire planet, but the space mercenaries are basically a fraction of what they were before. The Neanderthals are hardly any type of threat at all, though I'm sure we'll start taking them over soon as well. I could continue showing you all this, and you could watch me turn all of these clans and all of these settlements into our dark blue settlements, but let's be honest, that would be incredibly boring using the Empire mod to do that, and it would take way too long if we went to each individual one. So I don't want to waste your time, nor do I want to bore myself to sleep. I am incredibly proud of the series that we have created together, the village, the empire that we have built together, the shogunate and the clan. It is all truly amazing. It was a little bit rocky after Laz died. I didn't exactly know if we were going to continue anyways, but since you guys really wanted me to, jumped back in, I'm very much glad that I did. I was afraid that the series might get a bit stale, but with a goal like the one that we had, I guess that was impossible, right? And it stayed pretty interesting and has continued to be that way, and I hope that you guys have been entertained by this series. I hope you've had a lot of fun. I really do. It's been a lot of fun for me to play this series, and to play as a steampunk samurai, a faction and, you know, a type of culture that I guess I never really expected. But again, I just want to say thank you, because none of this would have been possible without you guys. You guys make these series special with your ideas, your suggestions, your names. You guys are what make these series fun, and I truly am grateful for that. I really appreciate it, and I'm so glad that we've all enjoyed this. I think we've truly built a clan, a civilization, and empire that not only will we be proud of, but Laz would be proud of as well. Thank you for watching.